Welcome to NTR Radio. I'm Tom Forster Nubis.
I'm K-Odds.
And I'm VZ Mark II.
It's been exactly 2 weeks, I think. It's been 2 weeks, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. We actually were on time this time.
Yes.
Though not for a lack of trying, because some interesting things happened before we tried to start. Again, the quote-unquote demons that seem to infest technical difficulties with our show.
Well, okay. We can't even pin this on the demons. I'll pin this on YouTube because they switch around the interface to where if I hit start streaming in the streaming software, it does start streaming, but it doesn't actually start broadcasting because the button, you need to hit the start streaming button in the broadcasting software and then hit start go live in the YouTube, which is redundant.
Yeah, but see, they just wanted to demonetize us, but we don't do that anyway.
No, we don't make any money from this. Are you kidding me? Who's gonna give us money for NTR Radio?
Although that would be an interesting Patreon pitch. Give us money for NTR. I think some people would get the wrong idea. Somehow that sounds more like something you'd see on like Craigslist or something like that. Have you ever seen those? Like you'll see, like at cons, there'll be these like personal ad type things.
Oh yeah.
Those are always weird because they're never like typical personal ads. They're always these really outlandish claims and shit. Some of which may be true, but I'm more skeptical of them than I otherwise would be. Like, you know, so-and-so is ex-Marine or... I mean, yeah, sometimes they're probably true, but I have a feeling a lot of them are just trying to pump themselves up.
Well, I feel like at the same time, a lot of them are just straight up jokes because people know that kind of stuff is posted to Craigslist around a con every time.
Well, yeah, that's like when you get some really big piece of literature, and then somebody will give it like a 1-star rating on Amazon and put like this really ridiculous review of it.
This Shakespeare play is terrible.
Yeah, or something that's like, why can't he talk like a normal person? You know, shit like that. Just stuff that's clearly trolling and just meant to be funny.
Anyway, so
anyhow,
before I forget, here's how people can get involved with the show live. Get yourself to ntrradio.net, click on the live chat link. That'll bring you to the page where you enter your name and hit the button and join us in the IRC channel. Alternatively, take your favorite IRC client, point it at irc.ryzen.net, believe it's .net, and join us in the # or hash SLC Media channel. In addition, you can get at us on Twitter at CEUnubis, at VZMK2, at Immortal_KGods, at NTR Radio, and as always, the email box to get involved with the show is ntrradio@gmail.com.
Our PO box? No.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I have a feeling you're gonna put your foot down on that one.
Real life human feces.
We'll be getting sent like horrible things like dead animals in there, or worse, Yase figures.
Open up the PO box. It's just a whole bunch of high-grade Methis model kits.
Yes,
I was just gonna say that.
Some bizarre fucking like rich dude from Scandinavia that just wants to troll you. Just has like a weird fucking dump truck kind of back up and just dump a bunch of Methis right on your fucking porch.
Has a weird grudge against me because he loves the Methis.
Wait, I got a better one. Custom takes an Ayase figure, takes a high grade UC Methis, kit bashes the two, so you have an Ayase in Methis armor,
and they have a sidecar with Setsuna in it. Yeah.
He is wrong. The gentleman is wrong.
It's like almost like you were delayed when you were mad about that. like I'm mad, but I don't know how to express it at the moment. So, what's everybody been up to?
Not
same
much.
Old, same old.
I've been waiting on my Sentai Filmworks order that I put in 1 week ago, and just got shipping confirmation for yesterday.
Yeah, I should have.
Which
said
I also
that
paid for expedited shipping for.
Yeah, I should have said that it takes a little bit of.
I mean, I've never had any real problems getting their stuff to me, but it is getting toward the holidays, so maybe they're having some backlog.
I mean,
well, this
it's
isn't
getting
right
toward the
stuff. This is that
holidays,
stuff.
but at the same time, are they running a retail operation or not?
True enough.
Well, you know what I heard? I heard that the actual location of like where they get the warehouse is pretty much right stuff. That's what I heard.
Then that's even less of an excuse.
That seems kind of weird. Anubis and myself have an interesting thing we had in common this week.
Oh yeah.
To sort of talk about current events. Okay, how to word this? For the 40th anniversary of Gundam, select theaters across the United States and possibly elsewhere, but at least in the United States, have been showing Char's Counterattack, which is also 30 years old.
Yep.
Actually, probably 31 now, isn't it?
31, I believe.
Yeah. Well, anyway, you could say it kind of coincides with the 40th anniversary, the 30th anniversary, and the fact that Tamino was actually in New York not that long ago.
Yep.
They've actually been showing it. I was surprised it actually showed around here. I mean, I understood like Konosuba or something like that because that's kind of more fresh and new and probably has more profit potential in that regard. But so they showed Char's Counterattack, and that was really great. I mean, I've seen it a bunch of times. I'm sure you have seen it a few times as well.
This would be Char's Counterattack. This would be my second time seeing it, actually.
Oh, wow. Okay, so that was probably extra special fun for you.
Oh,
then.
yeah.
Really good. It was subbed, at least when I saw it.
Same here.
Okay. Yeah, it's one of your better Gundam movies, but it suffers from one small thing that I think it's more obvious now to me that this probably wasn't originally going to be a movie.
I get that feeling about it, yeah.
Because it feels like, okay, you got the green light for the movie, like, it's a movie, okay. And just didn't really question that.
There are definitely parts of it that
feel like arcs.
They
feel
like it should have been. I feel like they were shortened OVA episodes.
Right,
Okay,
and I can explain that actually because Tamino was writing this before even Zeta came out, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, but you know what else? The novels were 2 novels.
Okay, right. Well, besides that, though, the weird thing here, again, we're not going to go into details or spoilers or anything, but one of the weirder things about that is that it was something he started kind of writing right after the original kind of went out. It was on the sort of in the back of his head, I guess, or just whatnot.
Right.
And he got the green light for Zeta came about partially way through it or whatever. So, because a lot of people are like, Char's personality seems different on that than it does in Zeta. And that's probably why. Because Zeta was not planned before that was. It's very somewhat confusing because originally when the first Gundam franchise was aired in 79, it didn't do as well as predicted until the reruns hit.
Well, it was originally canceled.
Well, yeah, people
it
forget
was supposed
that.
to be longer than it ended up being.
Yeah, and he had to fight just to get a couple extra episodes to kind of wrap it up. Sunrise has this really weird tendency to have, dare I say, almost anticlimactic endings.
I would say that for some of their shows.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, there's just no way around it. I'm not sure if it's one of those things where people don't have proper planning or they're not 100% sure how to do it to end it and leave it open-ended in case they want to make more. I'm not sure what it is.
I mean, I love the ending for Zeta, like that.
Oh yeah, which I'll go. I'm not gonna say what it is, but I will say that's one of the things I absolutely hate about the compilation movies, is that it sort of tried to get rid of Double Zeta and go straight to Char's counterattack,
which is a fucking mistake. Which
I'm not okay with that, and I'm also not okay with them lessening how dark the ending of Zeta was.
Yeah, I also
because that was kind of the point.
I also love, since this is a Sunrise series, and I actually got a little slightly related news to this, slightly related. The TV series for Grand Zord, the ending for that was fucking fantastic. So,
I'll go on record and say, I'll give you an example. Again, no spoilers, but the way Seed ended, they actually tacked on like a 5-6 minute like epilogue, just to sort of wrap it up. That's how. Kind of like, that doesn't,
It was like Double Zeta's ending was not only was it kind of unsatisfying, especially compared to what came before it, both with Zeta and with Mobile Suit Gundam, but also doesn't really lead into Char's counterattack in the way you would expect it to.
Which one? Double Zeta?
Double Zeta.
Right. And again, I think a lot of that has to do with the way Tamino kind of constructed this timeline, because
you know what would actually be a pretty cool addition, since they're trying to do this whole thing with filling in the missing parts of the Universal Century,
especially kind of the late era.
Yeah, what they should do is a few episode OVA filling in, like bridging the connection between Double Zeta and Char's counterattack.
I've thought that too, and that would actually, they could even just make it like 3 or something like that.
Yeah,
3
episodes, 6 episodes.
Anything like that. And I know what you mean. I think that actually would help a little bit. Because,
because you come into Char's counterattack and like everything's already going down.
Already fucking happy. Like you are dropped right in the middle of it. No spoilers, but you were literally dropped in the middle of shit already happening.
Exactly. That would be if they started out Unicorn on like the Palau raid.
Yeah, or anything like that. Or even to be more something maybe your average Toonami person would remember. That would be like if you were watching Gundam Wing and the first thing you saw was Wu Fei in like the Corsica base. And you have no context for what's going on.
I already have no context for that. It's been so long since I last watched Wing.
Sorry.
And I never watched the ending, and
Well,
I'm not going to.
I was like, it would be like if you started out 0083 and Gato had already stolen the GPO2. They were all like there, and they were preparing to escape from Africa.
And he was already in like the battle on the way out.
Yeah, exactly.
And like, what in the hell is going on? I mean, again, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure it out or anything, but I understand what you mean. It does feel very like you're dropped off, and you're kind of have to work backwards a bit.
Exactly.
And again, I don't even have a problem with that. There's plenty of movies and things that do that, and usually to good effect, because if you don't do it right, it's just going to completely screw it up.
Right.
And be bad. Although some people would argue that it is bad. I don't recall too many people hating Char's counterattack. But there are a few.
I'm glad to have never encountered them.
Yeah, I have. Trust me, they're obnoxious woke skulls.
No, I actually.
No, I'm kidding. They don't even watch stuff like that usually. So
I could actually figure out what they don't like, wouldn't like about it.
Yeah, there's a few things.
What's the T? What's that floating T? Did you pay attention?
Don't go there.
Well, so they clearly didn't watch. This is what gets me. Like, people get weird about like the weird new type stuff that goes on in Gundam series, and I'm like, have you watched any Gundam at all from start to finish?
No, well, that's because they. No, I'm sorry.
It's always in there.
No, because they watched Wing. That's why.
Well, yeah, but of course they don't get Char's counterattack, because if that's the case, then of course they don't get Char's counterattack, because that's the culmination of 3 TV series, 3 OVAs, and some shit. But yeah, I'm talking about like people who the reason they really like stuff like Thunderbolt is because there is no new type stuff going on. The reason people who the reason they really like
8th MS
team is because there is no,
which isn't a knock. I like both of those a lot.
Listen, both of those are among my favorite Gundam OVAs, period and bar none. But
yeah, they're fantastic.
I'm not gonna live in this fantasy world where Gundam hasn't always been mystical.
Oh yeah. Like even I mean, look at the very first one. All you have to know about that is Char and Lala Soon.
Yep.
I mean that whole thing should tell you everything you need to know about the weirdness element. The Flanagan Institute. Come on, people.
Oh yeah. Well,
Char
hey, that stuff was in 8th MS team at the very end, but
right.
That's
but it didn't really expand upon it.
That's the episode people don't like about it.
Right, and it's also toward the end where you had the director switch and all,
Yeah, it came
all the
out
other
years after the rest of the series.
Right. The thing is, and I'm sure you guys will agree with me here, if you're a Gundam fan, you're gonna have to let some creative license through. You just have to, because it's not always by the same people, and they do the best they can most of the time. I think. Because you'll get the thing like, oh, that shouldn't have been mass produced yet, or this, and that, and yeah, they're not wrong.
I think the whole
I feel like it's being a little too picky.
I feel like that whole thing is kind of dumb. It's like, okay, yeah, they weren't mass producing
the GMs
yet. They didn't have GMs at this point. It's like at a certain point.
I think you're just being overly critical.
We're splitting hairs based on a show that came out in 1979 that's based on that has roots in an entirely different paradigm.
Well, here's the other thing.
The way Mobile Suit Gundam's storyline works and the way their progression works doesn't necessarily produce something like 8th MS team if you stick to it completely. It doesn't.
No, it's not made linearly.
like, sure, you can talk about going back, and like, well, that's kind of like how the reason these OVAs have to be produced like shonen and fighting anime movies, where it's okay. Here, what's the formula? We need a Gundam design project. We need the files to be mysteriously deleted afterwards, and we need a reason for that. And that's all you need. How many did we produce out of that? 0083, 0080, Unicorn. You could probably even count Blue Destiny in that, even though it's not an OVA series yet.
Right. Well, the point is, again, there are people who don't like some of these things.
Well, then you get the other side of people who then they just, cynically go, well, they just did that because they wanted to sell more model kits.
Yes.
Yeah, no
and
shit.
I buy more model kits.
Well, okay, that's cool in the gang, as Anubis likes to say, but that's largely been the point all along.
Give me that master grade Jesta. I'll buy it. I bought one. It's right on my shelf. It's really nice.
I need to get the Jesta.
It's so good.
I have the I still have it on build. The
I know what it is.
Jim's
I know
Sniper
what
Team.
it is, and I'm sure you guys will probably be able to concur with this. It's a group of people that think of it as a purely artistic thing, that don't like capitalism. They don't like the idea of things being made to sell shit.
Exactly. That's
and the thing is most things are, and they resent that.
Yeah, anime is such a for
Anime
especially
is,
robot anime is
well,
so...
not only that, but look at merchandise, which is what drives anime.
Oh, right.
By a lot.
Well, these are the people who are the reason I'm frustrated, because they're the ones who keep perpetuating this artificial fake ass divide between art and business, especially when it comes to anime.
It's like there's a reason a lot of your quote unquote big artists died penniless.
It's not even that. It's okay. We all understand, even the people who don't like it, that the genesis of anime is in business. We all understand the production committee business model. We all understand merchandising. We all understand advertising. We all understand that a lot of these shows are made to promote a source material. But for some reason, we can't include that in the discussion because I guess that's hard. I guess that's difficult. I guess that's a difficult conversation to have when we're talking about anime. But even though it's fundamentally half a conversation.
So how about I talk about what I'm watching?
Well, I have to ask K-Gods one question. I want to see which of us had fewer people in the movie theater. Because mine topped out at about 8, I believe.
Oh, yeah, I had more than.
Oh,
there was
wow.
about 15 at mine.
Oh, wow. That's just about twice.
Yeah. And check this out. We should also mention that it wasn't very long, but it was still a nice little thing to see the interview at the end from New York Anime. Yeah, it was really
Anime NYC.
Yeah, NYC. Thank you. Yeah. So basically, Yoshiaki Tomino showed up there, and I'm just gonna say this: he looked more happy than I've ever seen him. I
agree with you. I feel like he's just happy that his work is being so celebrated, not just recognized, but so celebrated in the U.S.
Right.
Because I wasn't at Anime NYC, but the past 2 years I was.
Dude,
Gundam was featured. The fucking you had the Bluefin booth front and center in the dealer room. They had all the
they had narrative premiering there.
They had all the Gunpla dioramas people had built, all in display cases around the thing. Gundam is a major thing in the U.S. now. I'll say that.
Oh, for sure. I'm going to point this out, and you'll probably remember this too, simply because it caught me off guard. Before he actually starts talking, they do the kind of pan over of NYC.
Yep.
And basically they're yelling his name like he's a rock star.
Yeah.
Like it was very, very strange and surreal.
It's wild to me that Gundam, and especially UC Gundam, is getting the kind of recognition it's getting now.
Right, because I mean, it always felt a little less marketable than the alternate universe stuff, which is more self-contained.
Well, it's like, yeah, well, they tried to push it to the U.S. audience back in Toonami, but people weren't having it.
Yeah,
after
just
weighing
did
in
not take.
They tried putting out Gundam 0079. I think they had some limited success with the OVAs.
They did play Char's Counterattack, I know.
They did play Char's Counterattack. I missed that.
I know this because people were talking about it outside of the thing.
Here's the thing about me is I'm actually really late to UC Gundam. Like, I missed all of UC Gundam back when it was playing on Toonami. I think the first taste of the UC Gundam story that I had encountered was the extremely butchered version that they had in Dynasty Warriors Gundam for the Xbox 360. So and then I think after that was I had played Gundam Federation vs. Zeon for the PlayStation 2, and then after that I watched UC Gundam. I watched Mobile Suit Gundam, the TV series, all the way through. But that was less than 10 years ago, I believe. So I really haven't been into UC Gundam for very long, but it's impressive to me that within that span of time, it's just grown to this massive thing in the US.
Right. Well, the thing about that's interesting to me is because when I first got into it, I'll say the first stuff I saw was the original from UC, rather.
Yeah.
Was the 79 films, the trilogy of films that were dubbed and put out here. Which, by the way, those dubs are a little rough. I'm being charitable. Anyway. Even compared to the TV series. Anyway, though, it was my first dive into that. And I'll be honest with you, it was almost a little hard to plow through. The first movie is very slow. And if you don't really know what's going on in a greater context, it feels... Because the way compilation movies work in a lot of anime is they cut out unnecessary stuff that fleshes out the story, but it's not necessary.
Yeah, and the thing about the original Gundam is it still had a lot of the Monster of the Week elements that it had.
Right, it had
that it was trying to leave behind in the past from the Super Robot era.
The movies largely got rid of that.
Yeah, so we don't have the Zaccarello.
We don't have the Gyan.
We don't have the Gyan. Thank God.
Or Makube.
Stupid mobile suit. Makube. We needed Makube. Makube.
Yeah, because he's a great villain.
But his mobile suit did not.
He's a great villain. But the movie largely does relegate him to basically an NPC.
Yeah.
That you see like a couple times. That isn't really even talking hardly. Anyway, it was a fun experience. I went purely for the fact to see it on the giant screen with the big surround sound and high quality and all that.
Oh, yeah.
And it did not disappoint, except for toward the end of it when I did the major film boo-boo.
Uh-oh.
Where I had sucked down an entire big gulp soda.
Oh.
And you know where this is going.
Uh-oh. Yep.
Where, like, I'm sitting there, I'm not going to get into too much detail because, yeah, that's not what probably anybody wants to hear, but anybody knows what I'm talking about. I'm squirming in my chair, and I'm like, okay, I'm about 3/4 through the movie, and I'm like, okay, I can power through this. I can do this. No, I didn't. Yeah, I could have, and I also would have probably have emitted a questionable substance. Anyway, I ended up hauling ass down there about 3/4 of the way, and then I came back and I'm like trying to duck under it, and run.
Yeah. Yep.
So I'm like, duh, I probably looked really fucking weird, but well, I'm just trying to not be too distracting for people who are watching it, even though that's not how that played out as well as I wanted. Probably.
So is that for stuff you guys watched?
Pretty much. I mean, I've been continuing to watch Jet Girls.
Ah, good.
Because that's fun.
Yeah, I haven't watched a damn thing else.
And again, the thing you need to know about Jet Girls is basically, do you like Senran Kagura and shows like that? If the answer is yes, watch this. If the answer is no, don't bother. Because it won't, unless you're really into jet skiing, I don't think you're going to get much out of it besides that.
Titties bother me.
Well, yeah, we know. Go back to Gab.
All right, so I guess that's me now. Yeah, so definitely watching Jet Girls. Something weird about this particular season is all the shows I've been watching have had delays, and they had to do like compilation episodes.
Ooh.
All three shows.
That's weird.
Yeah. Rifle's Beautiful had that. Jet Girls had.
Just as an aside, did you see the NRA joke about that?
No.
Yeah, there's a patch. It's probably from Weapons Grade Waifu or something like that, called National Raifu Association. And it's I'm sure it's pissing off somebody as I speak.
I'm still watching. It's actually my favorite show of the season, despite still making me annoyed. Orisuki.
Mm-hmm. I haven't heard a lot of people talking about that ever since. Like, at first when it came out, some people mentioned it, and then it just sort of like, oh yeah, that's playing. Shows are like that. I mean, I don't really hang out on forums anymore, or at least not those kind.
I don't hear anyone talking about like Azure Lane, which was supposed to be like one of the big ones.
Mm-hmm. I keep seeing a lot of fan art though.
Well,
yeah,
course.
I see a lot of fan art. The anime
Azure Lane's fan art's been around since the actual game came out.
Right. And it apparently has not. Apparently, it hasn't died down too much.
Nope. Because what the Chinese company that makes Azure Lane did was smart, as opposed to Kadokawa, who didn't export Contact Collection to the US, whereas Azure Lane is completely playable in English.
Okay, so one other thing I've been watching is on YouTube. They've been putting out by Bandai themselves. Okay, so little context. So I had to explain, the history of this shit. Know how I told you about I like the show Grand Zord from the late 80s?
Yep.
Well, that was a sort of mini like fad trend of super deformed robots that instead of being or kind of the reversal of the 80s being like hyper realistic mecha with high sort of very serious storylines. The reversal trend of that was like, let's have fantasy mecha and be totally goofy. And the first of that before Grand Sword was a show called Wataru. Wataru was actually very successful in Japan and Asia in general. They made 3 series of this. And Bandai, and they're gonna make a new one in the spring. Probably gonna take over the Bill Divers time slot, I imagine. So far I've watched 3 episodes of the original TV series. I'm kind of liking it. I think Grand Sword is the superior show. Just more like a little bit more of not it has something to do with nostalgia for that particular one. It's a little bit more of what I'm into. But because Wataru is the best word to describe it is wacky. Just very wacky slapstick type of almost like Looney Tune level.
Okay, well that already turned some people off.
Yeah, it's if you want serious mecha, if you want serious, this is not for. Bizarrely enough, watch. Okay, so
Votem's fans the world over are not happy.
Yeah. This is not Votem. It is Sunrise though. It is like I said.
Well, yeah, but Sunrise also did Volvrave, so I mean, that's not saying much to some of these people.
Yeah, well, Sunrise did, Galgaigar and the Eldaron series.
Didn't they also do Cross Ange too?
Yes, they did.
Yes.
Which, if you were to read the A&N preview of it, you would think that. I don't know why you would, but if you did, which I don't know why I did, probably because I thought it would be interesting. It wasn't. It basically says if you like this show, you are pretty much a rapist in disguise who also worships Hitler.
What a bunch of champions.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I'm sure. Anyway. What's funny about that is, if you really think about it, would someone like Hitler even like a show like that?
That's what exactly.
You know what I mean?
What was the one they called alt-right propaganda?
Oh, Darling in the Franxx.
Yeah, that was in Sunrise, right?
That was
No, I don't think so.
Trigger and A1 Pictures.
And A1, yeah, because that was the big thing. Like, oh, A1 and Trigger are doing something together.
Okay, right.
Yeah, and it basically, this is alt-right propaganda. I'm sure that's a big problem in Japan. I'm sure they've got dudes in tiki torches and polo shirts screaming about white supremacy. And removing the Jewish problem from Japan. Come on, people.
I know. So back to Wataru. I love that. Yeah, I love that they're putting this stuff on YouTube. I mean, I told Anubis 2 shows ago that I've been watching Dairugger on there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're going way back.
Yeah. I'm kind of finding it. I'll probably continue it, but I'm kind of slowly down on that one. It's not as engaging as some other robot shows. I think certainly Go Lion was far more interesting. The thing I feel about
assuming you watch it in its original form,
it is. It's Dairugger. Because I would have said Vehicle Voltron.
Yeah. Whew. Wait. Okay, we got a funny comment here in the chat. Hitler might like that one director who was tweeting Holocaust denial stuff. Maybe.
Oh yeah, the fucking.
What was who? Oh, who the fuck
was the one who did like reformation of the one about the office lady who quits her job and plays MMOs.
Mm-hmm. And the dude from Angel Cop might.
Yeah, he also might like Angel Cop.
Oh, that was the writer Sho Akira.
Yeah.
That guy did a lot of very angry stuff in the 80s.
Yeah, there was some weird. For those who don't know, there is a different ending to that if you don't watch it dubbed. It's toned down considerably what actually is portrayed. So we're gonna throw that out there. That if you're watching it dubbed, they made it a lot more safe of an ending. It's not. Again, no way to talk about that without getting into spoiler territory, but just trust me. That being said, it is entertaining.
It
does. Now, some people would not like it, though, and I understand. Anyway, enough about that. Fucking pissed.
All right. I guess that's it.
Not anime, but I've also been kind of watching, getting kind of back into watching older TV shows I used to like.
Okay.
Yeah, like House MD. That's always fun. Again, combination of liking anomalies, hospital drama, I guess. I like it more than like ER though. Was never a big ER guy. But I like shows like that or have sort of a puzzle and kind of oddball characters like that. Anyway, again, I'm sure nobody listening to this gives a rat's ass.
So I have something that's not news, but kind of an I told you so.
Oh boy, here we go.
So let me get the actual date here. Recently, there's been a whole flare-up of... so, the people who run Gab, which is a, quote, free speech, unquote, alternative to Twitter, decided to come out on this huge anti-porn thing probably to just stir up controversy to promote their doo-doo-ass website. But what? And so part of the whole thing with Gab is a lot of right-wing people who were banned from Twitter ended up on Gab, and one of the things that goes on in current day anime subculture is the whole anime right thing.
Right, which I mean, there's some people that are clearly just fucking around, but there are a couple others that I guess didn't get the memo. It was meant to be funny.
Well, there's actually a big part of me that looks at that and cannot shake the idea that a large part of its genesis is actually pretty genuine.
Well, again, I know a couple people who joke about it.
Well, certainly, people are really upset about the whole left politics coming up in anime whole thing, and I get it.
Oh yeah, and I get it. Yeah, sure, because a lot of it is disingenuous, and a whole bunch of it is just sort of a smokescreen to kind of get their own personal crap involved.
Right, and so people try to adopt the opposite politics in order to try and drive these people out. And
which is why... Sorry.
I told people that that's the wrong idea.
Mm-hmm.
This is actually older than the article I was going to reference, but yeah, back in February 2019, I talked about how the problem is that fighting politics with the opposite politics only serves to escalate the fighting and polarize the community further. Doesn't do anything to bring the hobby back to where it was before things got political. Instead, it drives wedges between people and makes things worse. So,
right.
We had that, and back in August 16th, 2019, I put out an article on Yashike called "Otaku have no political allies."
And that's not even the first time you've brought this up.
That is not even the first time I brought this up. First time we brought this up was NTR Radio episode 80.
Yeah, I was going to say, you just codified it more into a written article rather than just rambling on here.
Let it not be said that I have not been on this for years. Otaku have no political allies. You are not going to find any political ideology that will serve the anime community and serve the otaku culture well, be it left, right, or center. Do not bring external politics into the anime culture, because all that results in is at some point those politics are going to have a problem with the otaku culture, with the anime culture, with the subculture, and you're going to have to pick between those politics and the subculture. And nobody ever picks the subculture. Not when they're coming from a political perspective. Because at a certain point...
They'll throw it under the bus every time.
At a certain point, their political perspective, which they hold more closely than their connection to the subculture, wins out.
Yeah, I mean...
Because they're political people. They're fundamentally political people, and their only utility for the subculture is, okay, how many more people can I get from my political ideology out of this subculture?
Yeah, it's a recruiting mechanism.
Which is why it's not left politics that don't belong in anime, and it's not right politics that don't belong in anime. It's any external politics whatsoever. Now, and because believe me, I've had to battle people about this who fundamentally don't understand where I'm coming from because they're political people. Understand?
Right.
I'm not saying that politics in general have nothing to do with anime at all. What I am saying, however, is any political dealing, any political debate going on in the anime subculture has to come from within the anime subculture, and with the interests of the anime subculture put first. Because at least if we're gonna have that debate, at least then we can both come from the perspective that we're trying to help the subculture out. If someone's coming in with external politics that have nothing to do with the anime subculture, then my only logic is to think that they're not trying to help the subculture. How am I supposed to trust anyone who's bringing in external politics into the subculture? How am I supposed to trust anyone to have my best interests at heart, to have the subculture's best interests at heart, when they're bringing these externalities into the subculture? When they're bringing established political ideologies and trying to mold that into a way that fits with anime. It can't be done. It's not possible. You need to approach it from the subculture first, but nobody's interested in doing that because everyone's just interested in playing these stupid political games and then dragging the anime subculture through the mud by applying that to the anime subculture.
Exhibit A, Anime News Network.
Anime News Network. Anime News Network definitely.
And they've been doing it long before this was even like an established problem.
They're part of the catalyst for this entire problem, and is part of the catalyst for.
Absolutely, because before we even started the show, back in 2012, right?
Yeah.
They were doing this.
Yep. Back in, what was it, 2013 when See-Through Boo came out?
Yeah, and again, that's just that one. They were doing it before that.
But this is a prime example of exactly what I'm talking about. When the See-Through Boo anime comes out and they do the preview, and they start talking about American gun culture as applied to See-Through Boo. This is exactly what I'm talking about. That's not going to help anybody. There's no value in applying that to this show, but they do it anyway because their motivation is political.
Wasn't this the show? Now, again, I get confused because they do a lot of stupid shit, and some stuff is interchangeable in my mind.
Yeah.
Was this the one where they flipped out about Sandy Hook regarding it?
Yes.
Which had absolutely no fucking relevance whatsoever.
It says
no relevance.
Sandy Hook just happened. You know,
it's like and I'm sure they went back in time to let the people who created this over months, possibly years, let them know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
you're fucking stupid. Zach.
Applying American politics to a show that could not possibly have taken those politics into consideration and had no reason to do that. It doesn't help the show. It doesn't help the fans. It doesn't help anybody. Because guarantee you, anyone who has a concern about gun culture takes one look at See-Through Boo and is like, nope, I'm all set. Doesn't help anybody except the people who pat themselves on the back for dragging
want to be seen as good people amongst their peers.
For dragging politics into this thing that has nothing to do with anything they're talking about. So that's what I'm talking about when I say otaku have no political allies. We get that the political left has had a history of sketchy moves within the subculture. But the solution is not to run to the right, because eventually they're going to start...
The same thing's going to happen.
They're going to start talking on some shit that is detrimental to the subculture, but is advantageous to their political movement. And don't run to anyone else to stick up for the anime subculture. It's not going to help you. It's not going to work. They have their own interests at heart. All these quote unquote free speech absolutists
never are.
What? How many of these people take their first chance to shit on any otaku culture, anime culture thing that they find distasteful?
Right.
You had that dude
exactly
Count
right.
Dankula, who free speech absolutist. Yes. Okay. Oh no. We're gonna. Oh, they're throwing him in jail for making a joke. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, with his dog.
With his girlfriend's dog. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Understood. Free speech is a virtue. Yes, I agree. 100%. And then.
But it stops being one when you decide you can cherry pick.
When you decide you can cherry pick. When you look at stuff like Lolicon and say, oh well.
That's not free speech. That's not
that
free
speech.
Me.
That's offensive to me. That's offensive to me. You can't point at a single person it hurts, but that's offensive to me. So we're gonna
make us think about it.
Those people should be jailed. So this is what I'm saying. Where
yeah, exactly. It almost reminds me of, you know, that picture that people pass around with the Spider-Man pointing.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's exactly what it looks like to me, because it's like, oh, it's just the target of your ire is different.
You can't trust people who come from a political perspective, not in the anime subculture. Can't trust
Absolutely
them.
Not.
Do not trust them ever,
No.
because they don't have the best interests of the subculture at heart.
They're using it as a platform to try to either recruit or irritate people.
Yep.
I mean, let's be real here. Have you ever sat down with somebody who has one of those type of bios and had a meaningful conversation with them? No. They post memes. I mean, you know what I mean?
Well, it's like...
I mean, don't get me wrong. Memes can be funny.
Well, it's like... You remember that several weeks ago when I had that series of tweets that blew up and about...
Oh, yeah, and like you basically said your phone wouldn't stop.
Yeah, and we had that one guy who came in saying, okay, I'll bite. What incidents are you talking about with the accusations of pedophilia? And I gave him 4 examples.
Yeah, and then
he was in hush mode for the rest of ever.
Yeah, I found that I just found that very funny,
yeah.
And because realistically, 2 things here: either he never intended on having a comment after, or B, he knew he couldn't do it without having to defend the people that actually were sort of promoting that behavior.
Well, yeah, and that's the reason we don't have that conversation, is because eventually you end up having
He knows people personally who do it.
Yep, exactly. You end up having to call out some of the biggest players in the anime subculture because they engaged in this behavior and they condone this behavior, and they promote this kind of behavior.
Right. And again, not new, but it's interesting that more people are starting to wake up and smell the bullshit.
It's really interesting. That
because there are things people just now are figuring out that we've been talking about since day one.
It's quite satisfying seeing.
But it's also one of those things that you don't like being right.
Well,
because usually what you're right about is not really good.
Well, it's something I don't like. I don't like being right about it, but I'm glad people are starting to wise up and starting to say, okay, this is what's going on. Because like every time I post out some of this shit, like I just posted pretty recently, reposted that article, the Otaku Have No Political Allies article, and that's been getting responses. Every time I post this stuff, it gets a response now, because people are starting to understand that this is an issue and this is a problem, and it's been this way for a while, and nobody's having a conversation about it.
And the weirdest thing is, when we first started this podcast, or we should even go back further than that, before we did, but we were thinking about it.
Yeah.
In the planning, or just sort of the, why don't we do something kind of stage, sort of when we all had blogs and people actually still visited them. Sorry. But we did at one point. All of us did. Anyway, when we were sort of in the convening and figuring it out stage, there were a lot of things that were different then than they are now.
Yep.
First off, Moe was not accepted at all.
We were still in the midst of the Moe battle.
Like,
I was neat.
It is far more liked now than it was when we started. And I can prove this because I had a
deep in that one.
Oh,
and
both of us we were in the trenches of the Moe warfare.
And it was weird. And I can prove it was a thing, because when I had this blog, I took a couple of pot shots at some goofy behavior. You know how on like TV tropes they have like little nicknames for tropes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I sort of did that, and it generated a surprising amount of piss ass. I mean, it was just sort of a kind of a, here's a pattern. You ever see this pattern? And like, it opened this floodgate of ass mad.
People that take themselves too serious.
Yeah, exactly. Like, people acted like they were being personally assaulted. Like, hey, this person's accused of being a jerk.
Well, if the shoe fits.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, well, if you're harassing people just for enjoying certain things that have no relevance to you, yeah, does kind of make you a dick.
I will say this, though, and I'll make this declaration. The Moe battle is over.
Oh, yeah.
We've won.
You lost.
The Moe battle has been won by the Moe fans, because, and this is something I've said, several times.
Is half the battle.
Don't try and fight the demographic that spends hundreds of dollars on cute anime girl shit. It's not gonna work out for you, because unless you're willing to spend just as much money on whatever bullshit you like, which these people aren't.
No.
Fundamentally,
complaining does not get the job done.
Bingo. It's not gonna
never
work
has,
out for
never
you.
will.
Regardless of how much shaming you do, regardless of how much haranguing you do, it's not gonna work out for you, because
if they're still willing to drop $150 on a figure, they're going to beat you.
Yep.
Every time. No matter how much you whine about some ultra violent 80s OVAs and how that it's your fault, or ultimately it's your fault that your perception of anime was that's what it used to be like.
Bingo.
Well, the funny thing is that too was kind of like like kind of a whole bunch of people were like, and you know what type of people were sort of like didn't want anime to be associated even with that back in the day.
Right.
Because they wanted anime to be, taken up like the way Disney is.
Or by people that got really butt mad that Ebert basically said video games aren't art.
Yeah.
It's sort of we'll show him. It's like the problem with that
we're
is
still reeling from that, by the way, in gaming.
Yes, we are. But here's the thing, and first off, who gives a fuck what he said? What are you, his boyfriend or something? Okay, second of all,
That's what I was saying back in that day.
second of all, who cares if it fucking isn't? Why does that bother you so much? Are you gonna suddenly stop playing video games because some fucking snobby, highfalutin fucktard from fucking The Verge or something doesn't like it? I never understood that. It's like, ooh, video games are art. We'll show you. We'll start making them more like political and
Yep.
okay.
And that's what I mean when I say we're still reeling from that.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's because I come from an age where I used to play arcades and things like that. But
that's the thing, is that the three of us grew up playing more arcade style games. Myself, definitely. I basically grew up on Sega Saturn arcade ports.
I mean, when I was growing up,
Like,
you had
here's the story. You get 30 if you leave it at the start screen and don't press anything, you'll get like a 30-second
synopsis of what's going on,
or you might just get a tutorial of how to play the game,
or even just a video that basically gives you the gist,
or just a video of the game being played.
Yeah,
like
insert coin.
Here's my challenge. Play Cyber Troopers Virtual on the arcade or the Sega Saturn or wherever, and try and get any story out of that. There is a story. There is definitely a story, but try and get any story out of playing the actual game. Leave it on the start screen for as long as you want to. You'll get a cool intro video that doesn't tell you anything about the story. It's actually kind of like Evangelion, where it just flashes stuff up on the screen that you have no context for unless you already know what the story is.
NES games were like that too. If you didn't have an instruction booklet, you were very lost in what the hell was actually going on.
I was telling you Nubis.
The instruction booklet for this is hilarious. The instruction booklet for Virtual On actually is wrong. You're not. It doesn't actually tell you what the real story is.
Well, it's like Contra. Okay, all you know is you're like these military dudes with guns blowing shit away, and unless you were to look at the book or some sort of external thing, you would not know that you're actually dealing with an alien invasion.
Yeah, the story is go right and shoot everything that's not you.
Yeah, and things that are shooting back at you, or or whatever.
I got a better one because Anubis sometimes brings up this game, so I'm like, Yard's Revenge.
You don't even know how to fucking play that game.
No, I do.
Well, you do.
No.
I don't know how.
It came with a comic book, and and you find out that the humans are the bad guys and the bug people are the good guys.
Right.
And I mean, that's not to say that I don't think games should have stories, because there's plenty of games out there.
I mean, you couldn't play a JRPG without one.
Well, yeah, and there's plenty of games out there that have wonderful stories. But what I'm saying is
that's not where this originated at.
We're reeling from the idea of trying to impress this guy who's dead now, trying to impress
and
this
who probably
film
wouldn't have
critic,
cared anyway,
and who wouldn't have cared anyway. He didn't care. That's why he said that shit in the first place. And to bring this back to anime, who's anyone trying to impress by trying to portray anime as this art house thing, especially if it means you have to be disrespectful to other people in the subculture to accomplish that.
Yeah, that's because ultimately they care more about appearing to be part of this upper class sort of art aficionado than they do about what it is a whole.
Which is cool in the gang. If that's what you like out of anime, that's 100% fine. But you don't get to disrespect other people in the subculture to do that. You don't get to call people pedophiles in order to push them into the dark corners of the subculture just so people like you
can make the world safe for Ghibli films.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so people like you and stuff you like, it gets to shine more. You don't get to do that. I'm sorry.
I mean, you can. We'll just think you're an asshole.
And then here's the thing: is my thing that since since the whole Moe war thing has ended in victory for the Moe fans.
It's
since that whole
subsided
thing,
for the most part.
My whole thing has been,
Is it a stalemate like the Korean War? So we have like the
no.
There's an armistice. There's an armistice.
It was a decisive victory for the Moe fans. Let's be very real. Since that war ended,
frickin' Daryl Surratt doesn't know.
Well,
he's still out there on the front lines.
He's like one of those Japanese guys who was holding off the islands
after World War II and still in the fucking forest over 30 years
to
later.
Like the 70s.
Yeah, I mean that's fucked up, but
it's fucked up, but it happened, and it's kind of funny as an analogy.
The Moe Awards are over. All right, you lost.
You can go back to screaming with your fingers.
So since that whole war ended, my thing has been, number one, let's realize who, because we're kind of still dealing with the fallout, not necessarily of the Moe War specifically, but of the paradigms that led up to the Moe War. So we're still dealing with the fallout of that. And my whole thing is trying to get people to understand how we got where we are today and who's responsible. Because when we talk about, this is another series of tweets I went on a while ago. What's interesting about
that is you mentioned the fallout, and it's like, well, yeah. I mean, oddly enough, a lot of those people that are responsible, quote unquote, have largely faded into the background now.
Yeah, they a lot of them have faded into obscurity, and they pop up from time to time.
Still saying the same stupid shit usually.
Still on the same bullshit.
Again, we're gonna
holding off the island for 30 years after World War II. They're still on the same bullshit, but they don't garner anywhere near the same relevance as they used to. Mm-hmm. And so here's what I'm talking about when I talk about who's responsible. There's a set of unwritten rules in the subculture where there are acceptable targets. And so this is another set of tweets I talked about. We had this whole thing where there were a bunch of people harassing black cosplayer cosplaying Nezuko from, was it Demon Slayer or whatever it was?
Something like that.
And so we had that was kind of in the wake of people harassing a Japanese artist, I think off of Twitter completely.
Right.
For drawing Nessa from the new Pokemon in a lighter shade of brown than usual. And then this is also on just in the same paradigm as various accusations of pedophilia and whatnot going on in anime subculture generally. But I talked about here's the problem, is that we have multiple groups that don't want to be harassed, but who can't band together against harassment in general because they tacitly condone the harassment of other groups.
And it would look kind of sticky if they tried.
And it would look weird seeing in the same timeline, we need to stand up against harassment. And
by the way, get those weirdos over there.
By the way, get this weirdo over here. He's a pedophile.
Nerd hierarchy.
Yeah, basically.
And this is what I go on, is I cannot emphasize enough. This is by design. Narcissists in positions of influence have been enforcing a nerd hierarchy in the anime fandom for over a decade, and that paradigm is actively shifting to place more groups in the undesirables category and using politics to do it. This is all connected.
And I'm sure somebody out there is like screaming about tinfoil hats or something. But the thing is,
I get that I sound like a conspiracy theorist, but I can actually walk this all the way back.
Yeah, the thing is
I can do it now if we want.
Actually, let's maybe save that toward the end. because that might be a good way to sort of tie it up.
Third segment.
Yeah. All right.
And we're going to go ahead and take a break right now.
We are going to roll into the break, so keep it right here on NTR Radio.
Mhm.
Welcome back to NTR Radio.
Grr, grr. I haven't done it in a while.
Okay, so we're getting ready to dispel some fake news, because there's been a lot of fake news going around about specifically the otaku community and the way the anime industry works.
Despite
Fake news.
I mean, truly a good term for this. Some of this,
Oh yeah.
because you know what? I'm just gonna let you handle it because I'll get flustered.
Oh, okay. So what we have, I got 4 articles, all from Otaku USA, that back up a lot of statements we have been saying about this whole thing for years.
And we will include them in the show notes.
Yes, indeed. And they're also going out in the IRC. Well, the first one's going out in the IRC right now. This is
Dun, dun,
coming
dun.
from Otaku USA, as I mentioned. November 15th, 2009. 2019.
So not even a full month ago.
Right. By Matt Schley, is I believe how that's pronounced.
If it's not, sorry, dude.
Otaku. We've written many posts about the various ways the word has been used over the years and how attitudes toward people with geeky interests has evolved. Here's the latest word from a poll conducted in Japan by marriage consulting firm Partner Agent. The poll, which collected information from 1,500 single men and women in their teens to 30s, yielded a whole bunch of interesting otaku-related data. The biggest headline: about half of people in their 20s would be fine with dating or marrying someone with otaku interests. In comparison, only 43% of people in their 30s would accept an otaku partner. But it also depends what kind of otaku one is. Manga, anime, and video games all ranked as reasonably acceptable. But otaku, chiefly into two-dimensional girls or boys love, were ranked as less desirable, 13.4 and 14.6 respectively.
I think you mean 16.
16.6 respectively, yes. Participants were also asked if they considered themselves otaku, to which an incredible 72% of people in their teens responded yes. It seems as if young folks in Japan are definitely becoming more comfortable with the label. So,
how's that niche working out for you?
It's only a tiny niche, and the anime industry is catering to otaku is suicide for the anime industry.
Probably something said in this exact same magazine, by the way.
So, they mentioned those many posts. So here's 2 of them that they linked in that article themselves.
Mm-hmm.
July 18th, 2018. Matt Schley, Otaku USA. Survey says nearly 70% of young Japanese women identify as otaku. With the caveat that the word otaku means different things to different generations, subcultures, and nationalities, this is some pretty interesting news. A survey of 400 Japanese women from 15 to 24 around Japan has revealed that almost 70% of those women identified as otaku. The survey was conducted by a market research company associated with Shibuya 109, which defined otaku as a fan who spends a lot of time or money on their hobby. Another round of surveying was conducted at Shibuya 109 itself. At that popular shopping location, 77% of women 15 to 24 identified as otaku. Meanwhile, the nationwide survey asked a variety of follow-up questions, including what exactly the women were fans of. Anime, manga, and or video games came out on top, with 28.2% of respondents identifying as fans. Other popular choices included idols, other celebrities, and musical artists. The women
go.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna just slight tangent. I am what you would probably call a music. I mean, really, realistically.
The women were also asked how often they indulge in their hobbies. The most common response at over 60% was every day. Finally, the survey asked how much money these female otaku spend on their hobbies a year, while 17.3% spend only about $50 a year. On the other end of the perspective, 10.8% spend roughly $1,000 or more. Otaku is still considered an insult in some quarters, but it's clear from this and other recent surveys that amongst some young people, being a passionate fan of something is nothing to be shamed about.
You got these little pie charts here too.
Yes, indeed. So this is the left one is the nationwide survey they conducted, and the right one is the specific Shibuya 109 survey.
Mm-hmm.
And the second one that they linked in that first article we read out is the age of otaku persecution over? Japan weighs in. Matt Schley, June 16, 2019, Otaku USA. For decades, the word otaku has had a distinctly mixed connotation in its native Japan. Among fellow otaku, it was a simple greeting, a literal you borrowed from ancient Japanese used as a kind of nod to one's geeky peers. For those on the outside, though, otaku brought to mind a more unsavory, even dangerous image, especially following the case of otaku murderer Tsutomu Miyazaki in the late 1980s.
Which we should point out, we're working on 30 years ago, people.
We're working with a 3-decade-old paradigm. Continuing. But with time, it appears the public image of otaku has softened considerably. In the past, we've highlighted polls which show that, for example, 23% of Japanese people consider themselves otaku, or
almost a quarter.
Or that lists the types of otaku women would like to date. An interesting thread popped up on Japanese Twitter this weekend, in which user at _Sakuraba wrote, "In short, I've actually never been made fun of once in my life for my otaku hobbies. Where are these supposed people who make fun of otaku?" User at ham_coast responded, "Good. Our battles were not fought in vain."
Unquote.
What followed was a discussion of how hard things were for older otaku, and how most feel that, indeed, things have gotten a lot better for young folks into otaku hobbies. Users credited trends like Trainman, Densha Otako, for improving the image of otaku, as well as the ever-growing market for anime and other related products. Readers has the age of otaku persecution... Is the age of otaku persecution over statewide too? To which the answer is no, because we have a lot of people who are still in those 30-year-old paradigms regarding otaku.
Interestingly enough, when I first got into anime, which was roughly early to mid 90s, the word otaku wasn't really used as much as it is now.
No.
Not even like by people who like the stuff. Or even insulting you with it.
I didn't hear the word otaku.
I mean, I knew what it was and everything. It's just, it wasn't really as prevalent in modern parlance, I guess. Would be the kind of gist of what I'm getting at here. I don't know. Maybe you guys have a little different of experience than I did, but
Well, here's the pattern I see, and I talked about this in Nyan the magazine, and also when I posted those articles on Iyashike, is you'll get and maybe this pattern doesn't play out this way in modern times, but the way I've experienced it is you'll get a young anime fan who's just getting into anime and learns about the word otaku as an equivalent for geek or nerd in Japanese.
Yep, basically.
And then and they'll start referring to themselves as an otaku because of how into anime they are. And then they'll encounter
somebody that's usually older.
Yep, they'll encounter a more experienced fan who will
Tell them to stop doing that.
Tell them, hey, well, that's actually a huge insult in Japan. You shouldn't be calling yourself an otaku. And then they'll stop, and then they'll continue listening to that same paradigm. And only very recently have we started. Well, not very recently. A lot of this information has been out for quite a few years, but nobody's paid attention to it. Is the whole thing. Recently, we've started getting more perspectives from Japan translated, and we started getting the direct perspectives of otaku. And a lot of this is coming, a lot of where I really started to like pull out of this otaku is an insult paradigm. Formally, I'd gotten ideas that this situation wasn't the way it was being portrayed, but a lot of where I started to actually wise up to the real situation and who otaku are as people is when I read Otaku Spaces by Patrick W. Galbraith. Mm-hmm. And the difference between that and a lot of other media that talks about otaku is that,
like, what's that one?
Database Animals.
Right.
And this is, and here's the thing. I ordered both of those books on Amazon at the same time because I kind of sort of wanted to get both sides of the equation, because I had heard a lot about Database Animals, and I knew it was a book that had informed a lot of the perspectives that people have about otaku. A lot of the thought leaders and a lot of the people who follow the thought leaders in the anime subculture. And this was about not like a decade ago, but close to a decade ago. A lot of the people were informed by Database Animals. And I actually have to look this up because Otaku Spaces has been out for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
So Otaku Spaces is 2012. I think Database Animals is a little older, but I'm
that one
sure.
was what's that mascot? The one the
Dejiko.
Yeah, Digicarrot.
Well, the original publication was in 2001, but the translation that everyone knows about is I want to say it's a little bit older. Yeah, it's 2009 when Database Animals came out. So Otaku Spaces wasn't around for as long, but it was around long enough for people to have for it to be understandable that people got the idea, that people had learned about it and actually read it, because Database Animals had been around for a while. So you'd think if people were serious about studying otaku, they would read all the media. But nobody, when I read Otaku Spaces, and this is only a couple of years ago, this was something that nobody was talking about, and nobody had been talking about for years. And the difference between a book like Otaku Spaces and a book like Database Animals is Patrick Galbraith and his photographer actually went and spoke to the otaku.
That's what I've always been wanting people, it's like,
as opposed to just sort of formulating theories based upon data that you've harvested.
As opposed to studying them like you're in a zoo, studying them from the outside as a cultural critic.
Right.
Galbraith, who's himself a scholar, went out and spoke to these people about who they are, about what's important to them about the culture, and about why they engage in what they engage in. And what you got was a collage of all these different kinds of people, all of whom are like they're otherwise pretty normal people. You got graphic designers, you got people who work in the talent industry. You got that one kickboxer who enters the ring dressed up as Toho characters. You got Danny Chu in there back when Danny Chu back in like the relatively early days. And you've got all these people who are normal ass people who just collect a bunch of this otaku stuff.
Danny Chu and his impossible to navigate website.
What back then? Nightmare. Now, definitely much improved. But that's the thing, is we started getting books, and when I say started, I mean like back in 2012. But we started getting books like Otaku Spaces and Beautiful Fighting Girl, which, if I look up the date for that, 2011.
All right, and
I'm
not sure.
The Moe Manifesto later on.
In between, there was the Otaku Encyclopedia.
The Otaku Encyclopedia, naturally.
Again, nothing in there I didn't actually know, but if you went in blind, it wouldn't be a bad starting place.
There's also the one that I used to have.
I'd say it's required to be owned by anyone who's studying this stuff seriously.
Oh, yeah. Again, more experienced people probably won't find any new information, but if you're new to it...
It's a good reference.
Yeah, that too, but I don't know why you're listening to us if you're new to it, but I can't imagine that. But yeah, I mean, it's a good primer, I guess. A lot of basic ideas, terminology, some historical things, and even explanations for why things are the way they are, lie within. And certainly telling you from a place of actually caring about it versus
the database animals perspective of trying to again, approaching it from the outside as a cultural critic, which some people consider Beautiful Fighting Girl by Tamaki Saito kind of a counterpart to Database Animals, which there's some merit to that. They actually did have in the foreword to Beautiful Fighting Girl, there actually was like a transcription of a debate between Tamaki Saito and Hiroki Izuma, who did Database Animals. And those two do disagree. Mm-hmm. And there's also a part of me that gives Tamaki Saito a little bit more weight to his perspective, because Azuma is a career cultural critic. Saito is a psychiatrist.
Right.
I believe psychologist, excuse me.
Right. Probably can't dole out meds.
He's the guy who came up with the term hikikomori. He's the dude behind that entire the study of that paradigm. So he kind of knows what he's talking about, I feel like.
It's
compared
always
to
weird.
Izuma, who's the only thing I know about what he's done is Database Animals.
It's always weird when you run across somebody who's coined a term that's in like really frequent use now.
He's a big deal.
From our side of the, well, not even on our side of the pond, but from a Western civilization thing, it's like the word meme.
Oh yeah.
You know, Richard Dawkins coined this term. Some people don't know that. He's credited with coming up with it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Granted, he wasn't talking about what most people are talking about now, which are stupid little infographics and jokes and stuff. But the idea of how it's the way the idea is disseminated is more closer to what he's talking about.
Right.
in his case, he was referring to, genetics and things like that because he's a biologist by trade. And apparently irritates a bunch of people because he says stuff but that's not besides the point. As a job, he's a biologist. And most of his books actually are about that, not about his skepticism. Yeah. And meme comes from the biological idea. And of course, now if you look it up, you're more likely something related to 4chan,
right?
Or anything like that. But the point is the word is in use. I mean, it's one of those things you could probably look at a graph, whether it be like Bing or Google or whatever, and look for the search frequency of it, and it would be off the charts. Because a bunch of boomers now have no idea what it is and having to find out what it is because they keep hearing about meme factories and things like that. Anyway, sorry about that little tangent.
To continue on the point, what we had until, again, very recently was a discussion about otaku that completely shut out any otaku from participating in the discussion about their culture. You'll find amongst people who talked about otaku in like the beginning of this decade, there's an active disdain for otaku and the way otaku engage with their media, to a point where they're discouraged from participating in the discussion because they're just going to get shouted down. And I experienced this myself on the ANN forums.
Oh yeah, that was interesting to say the least.
So part of the reason I did it was to prove that this kind of thing happens. So you end up getting that happening. And as a result, you don't end up getting a whole lot of truth about otaku culture. And what you do end up getting is a whole lot of spin that is very convenient to people who have an active disdain for the way otaku engage with their media and would like to discourage that method of engagement.
If you want some interesting insight into this, look at, since we mentioned them earlier, ANN did a review of Moe Manifest.
Yep, they did.
And basically the conclusion was, you'll probably like this if you pretty agree with it. I mean, that's just funny considering,
I thought it was amusing that they had to close the thread.
Oh, yeah. That was interesting. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what got it closed. But...
well, there was a whole lot of discussion of the artificial girlfriend paradigm.
Okay, that's where it came from.
That was an interesting discussion because there was no particular effort to understand the pro side of that, pro side of that argument. There was a whole lot of oh it's unhealthy, oh it's this, that, blah blah blah, and it was expected that people would understand that, but no effort is made to understand why people do that in the first place regardless. Which truth be told, the Moe Manifesto was kind of trying to explain when it was talking about that subject, which is truth be told is a pretty small segment of the Moe Manifesto. That's only really a couple of those interviews in that book are talking about the artificial girlfriend thing. So I don't know why they fixated on that so much.
Because it's the only thing they can peg on them. Because everything else makes them sound just like, everything else about it just made them sound like quirky people who have this thing.
Maybe that might be the case. Maybe it's the case that people who are into moe anime are, again, like what you end up finding out if you read Otaku Spaces, if you put down database animals for a second, pick up a good book, and actually get to know these people as people. Because here's the thing that sets database animals apart from all these other books, the Otaku Spaces and the Moe Manifestos and the beautiful fighting girls of the world, is you're approaching the subculture from an exterior side, not interested in speaking to the people in the subculture about the subculture they're in.
Again, sort of like
Tamaki Saito, when he was writing Beautiful Fighting Girl, he emailed countless otaku asking them about what they're into.
What's Beautiful Fighting Girl about?
Beautiful Fighting Girl is Tamaki Saito's investigation as to why anime specifically it is a medium full of young women who do battle.
Yeah,
So
you
it's basically trying
sounds-
to run back the genealogy that led to things like Sailor Moon, that led to things like Rei Ayanami and Asuka,
Revolutionary Girl Utena.
led to things like Revolutionary Girl Utena. All these anime that are about young women who fight, because that's something that's kind of unique to anime, especially when you go back to, say, the 90s and whatnot. That's an idea that's kind of unique to anime around that time, and he was trying to find out why that specifically is something that happens in anime.
Okay. What's interesting about that is it almost sounds like it could be some sort of thesis somebody could do for a project, for a school project. I mean, to me at least, some sort of like, okay, this is what I hope to do. This is what I want to kind of investigate. I guess
Saito is a
psychologist.
Yeah,
you said.
He's a psychologist. He's an academic. So this
Right,
is basically
so
what he's doing is
sort of an anthropological dig on why this is.
exactly. But the difference between that and database animals is he actually went and talked to some people who are into this stuff and tried to figure out why from those people, instead of studying them from the outside looking in, from a cultural critic standpoint.
And here we see the otaku fapping to the
with his Ona holes and
right.
You're making it sound like get like someone with a really pronounced thick accent like Sean Connery or Christopher, the now sadly deceased Sir Christopher Lee, kind of, or even like someone like Morgan Freeman who has a really distinct, clean, diction in his voice.
And here we see the lonely otaku wearing nothing but a tank top and underwear.
So here's what we end up with. We end up with, a few years ago, you and I, VZ, had to do an emergency episode of NTR Radio because Justin Savakis...
Wasn't I gone or something?
I think... I don't know. All I remember was VZ was like, guys, we need to do an episode of NTR Radio tonight, because Justin Savakis in the Answer Man column put out an Answer Man article that was so wrong about otaku. It wasn't even a little bit right about otaku. It was not even a little bit correct about the culture. And so that
I'm guessing
episode,
I was out of town or something, because I vaguely remember, but
I remember that. Yeah, that was the one where he had to he a couple of days retracted.
Yeah, he had to walk that back because he was so wrong, so far from the truth about
it. Was
otaku.
basically it was basically the really outdated notion of what otaku are, which was
this 30-year-old paradigm about otaku and the culture they're talking about.
How Japan views otaku. That was it.
Exactly.
And he was using that Shitomo Miyazaki thing of if you say you're otaku, you shouldn't say you're otaku in Japan because it's but that was then, Now things are different.
And so, realistically, the problem here isn't that someone was wrong on the internet about otaku. The problem here is that the Answer Man at Anime News Network was wrong about otaku, had wrong perspectives about otaku.
Don't forget authors, lots of like releases too. Don't they work for like Discotheque or something?
I don't know what company they work for, but they do author a lot of releases. But that's peripheral to the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is,
if you're entrenched, you should know things better than that.
If you're entrenched, you should know things better than that. You should be up to date on the perspectives about otaku. Why has Justice Savakis apparently not read the Moe Manifesto, Beautiful Fighting Girl, and Otaku Spaces?
Because they're not really interested in the fan side of things. They're only interested in their own little circle of. That's what I'm going off on.
We're interested in. It's a perspective where we're interested in not understanding the fans, but being able to speak to that to a degree, just far enough that we can deter people from being those people who we don't like. And so it's really convenient that the Tsutomu Miyazaki thing popped off back in '89, but so they can ride on that paradigm for the next couple decades.
Yeah. See,
except what we also don't acknowledge is that whole otaku murderer thing was 100% fabricated by the Japanese news media.
Oh yeah.
There's the whole thing was predicated on him having a whole lot of videotapes in his room when they released photos of that.
Very similar in the United States in the late '90s after Columbine happened.
I know what you're getting on.
Yeah, people were trying to like point the finger.
We played Doom.
Yeah, or listen to Marilyn Manson and Rammstein.
Bingo.
And they speak German, they must be Nazis, or just all this other stupid shit. The media, trying to blame anybody but the people themselves and their parents. Which I mean, maybe this is just me. Maybe this means I'm somewhat out of touch or something, but I don't understand how you can have children in your garage building bombs and not know.
No,
unless you're completely like a stoned all the time and not paying attention.
Apparently, some people are like that. Some parents are like that. Unfortunately,
it's like, hey, you're wearing a trench coat out in 90-something degree weather. That's not weird.
But so here's the whole thing is we get this idea that we got this idea from the Japanese news media, cannot emphasize enough that otaku are dangerous. They're these people who the least provocation, they're gonna go out and do something heinous. And
I just got this really bad
the whole
visual
thing becomes
it's like a PSA.
Well, we cling to this stupid decades outdated notion that Japan moved past in the mid-90s. We cling to this because it's really convenient for the people in influential positions to try and police fandom behavior that they find that there's nothing wrong with, that's not hurting anyone, but they just don't like it very much. So they try and police that behavior, even though there's no real purpose for doing that except self-aggrandizing, except trying to enforce a particular arbitrary standard of behavior in the anime subculture. And what we get then is a whole bunch of fake news, a whole bunch of fundamental misrepresentations of what Japan thinks of otaku. Because if you look at the current, as in not decades old, data, they seem to be completely fine with it. They don't seem to have a problem with these people,
or at least being different.
Well, it seems to be a live and let live sort of structure going on there.
What it is.
Which is a generally cogent, not cogent, which is generally the attitude of the country to begin with. So it matches up to what normally is socially how things are handled. Live and let live. That's kind of, unless you're making some sort of public disturbance, usually.
Yeah.
No, I mean it's not like, I mean, it's not like in America, like tonight at 10 o'clock you're going to hear, or whatever time it is on the hour or whatever, they're gonna pop off with some sort of like, tonight on hard copy, is your teenager collecting half anime naked girls?
A current affair.
Yeah, exactly. It's like they might be preparing to blah blah blah, go on a stabby spree or something. I mean, that doesn't really happen.
A rape spree,
Yeah, I mean, you don't really hear that. I mean, if you look at some of these reporting things from dubious sources and whatnot, there are clickbait kind of crap like that. They're not worded quite like that, but they sort of indicate that, that there's a problem or people are doing this and that. And it really is clickbait, because if you click on it, it'll usually have some skewed thing, often decades old information.
I was afraid. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was gonna say I was afraid that when the Kiwani fire thing, that this was gonna be like a
flare back up.
Yeah, exactly. I was just kind of getting like, oh boy, here we go again. If this, we find out what type of person this is, or
I think the donations from animators and fans and stuff like that kind of quenched that fire.
Yes, that's what
where millions of dollars came in, including foreign aid and things like that.
Yeah, that both saw that within in Japan and outside Japan, people responded with like generally the best.
Exactly. So I think that would have been a hard thing to spin with that.
There were some people who tried to spin it.
Yeah, it didn't work, but they tried.
It didn't work. They were almost universally reviled for it, but there were some people who tried to spin it.
Yeah, it's like, and people making jokes that they didn't start it, or it's like,
well, here's the thing: is y'all remember back when, was it CNN who did the report, and they consulted with Susan Napier.
Oh yeah, I do remember that.
And Susan Napier had a comment about the anime industry and the anime subculture being male oriented or male dominated or some other gender based lie about the anime subculture.
Which is hilarious if you're talking about KyoAni.
Well, I believe the comment was something about, oh, KyoAni employs so many women, and that's great in this heavily male-dominated subculture of anime.
Yeah, which means the main reason they were on there was to push that.
Well, here's the thing, is I don't fault CNN for having that in their thing.
Because that's who they're being held up as an expert. I got it.
Yeah, the reason we're even hearing from Susan Napier, who hasn't put out anything relevant in at least a decade.
I had to read her book in art school.
Yeah.
I apologize.
All that Akira anus information.
Yeah. So the only reason we're hearing from Susan Napier is because we've had this paradigm in anime in a long time in the Western anime subculture that lionizes academics. And this is something we're going to talk about in the third segment when I run down the genealogy of where we are today in the Western anime subculture. But continuing, we do have one further piece of fake news to dispel. And so this fourth article, again posted in the RSC right now, is once again Otaku USA. This is Patrick Macias.
Oh boy.
November 4th, 2019. How to save the anime industry from itself. And to give a bit of context, this is the second part of an interview with anime industry veteran Terumi Nishii. He's done work for Pokemon, One Piece, JoJo's. And
He's been around.
In the previous part of that interview was talking about the working conditions, which we're all familiar with how bad the working conditions are for animators in the Japanese anime industry.
This is not pretty. No.
It's not very good. So, going down to the 1, 2, 3, fourth question. So we talk a lot about, well, I say we talk about people who work in particular companies of the Western anime industry, particularly Crunchyroll, talk a whole lot about supporting the anime industry. And as is natural for people looking to market the service they work for, market the company they work for, and market their own companies, usually ultimately ends up with, okay, we're going to buy Crunchyroll subscriptions because we want to support the anime industry. Now I'm going to read out this response and continue on with the paradigm, with the fake news surrounding supporting the anime industry. So the question goes, what about overseas companies who are heavily investing in anime? Response, we have not felt the effects at all. So words again, we have not felt the effects at all. This is talking about the animators, the rank and file animators. You often hear about big budgets going towards anime, but I don't feel like a lot of that money is being spent on great artists. Payment is another challenge. Because of the way payments are made to the industry, they may be partial payments, or it takes a while for payment to happen. When a project is commissioned, they say, okay, make 12 episodes, we'll start paying you after you complete 12 episodes. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's not the way that anime has normally been made in the past, so that might be affecting the way budgets are spent now. It's a new process. Nobody's really used to making anime this way, so it might be difficult to manage it. Another good way to do it would be if small teams could make the entire production in-house without outsourcing, like Mecha Ude. Utilizing small teams that do high-quality work without a bunch of checkers in between would be one way to increase efficiency, but there is not a good training process to get animators to a level where they don't need a bunch of quality control. What's happening now is that someone makes a first cut, then a second cut, then the animation is brushed up and finalized. The person who does the brush up should be the person doing the animating from the very beginning. The problem is that we don't have those kinds of highly skilled people because there isn't a good training process and the industry doesn't pay the good artists enough. If people who can produce high quality animation were being paid correctly, you would see more people stick around.
Mm-hmm.
So here's what I cannot emphasize enough. What about overseas companies who are heavily investing in anime? We have not felt the effects at all. You often hear about big budgets going toward anime, but I don't feel like a lot of that money is being spent on great artists. So,
Straight from the horse's mouth.
Yeah.
so here's where the disconnect is. We talk about supporting the anime industry. What they don't talk about is how the anime industry actually works.
Right.
When it's time to make an anime, a bunch of big companies come together and figure out how that anime is gonna go. What's gonna, everything about the story, everything about how it's gonna end up, everything about the show. Before a studio even puts pen to paper, Now, after everything is determined, they farm it out to the studio, give them a budget, and say, okay, make this anime. What they're not telling you is that that whole thing is the anime industry. The production committee, the group of those big companies that get together to determine everything about the anime before the studio puts pen to paper, is the anime industry too. They just don't talk about that because what they want to speak to is people's sympathy for the plight of the rank and file animators at these animation studios who are overworked and underpaid. So when they're saying, buy from my service because you're supporting the anime industry, what you think they're telling you is, buy from my service so we can help these animators make some more money, so that we can help out this horrible situation for these low level animators at these animation studios who are in the trenches producing these shows that we love. And that's a noble thing to want to do, but what they're doing is they're fundamentally misleading you, lying by omission, about how the anime industry works.
It's for personal benefit.
It's certainly for personal benefit. It's a shrewd marketing strategy because you know, and the reason you know is partially because you're not telling anyone. You know that these people don't understand how the anime industry actually works. So when you see all this big announcement from a few years ago, oh, Crunchyroll just brought in like $100 million or something to the anime industry. Number one, that's going to be split out across all the production committees of all the anime on Crunchyroll. Anything that's been watched on Crunchyroll, presumably, is getting some money off of that. And there's a lot of anime on Crunchyroll because the business model is, again, supposedly, when you buy a Crunchyroll subscription, the money for your subscription is basically, well, Crunchyroll takes a cut naturally, and the remaining money is split out across the creators of whatever shows you watched that month. So realistically, if you're watching a whole lot of different anime on Crunchyroll, each studio, well, not studio, but each committee that makes each of the anime you watch is getting a smaller percentage of your money, but that's beside the point. Number two is when they're talking about bringing $100 million or whatever into the anime industry, they're probably primarily talking about the production committees, which is the way this industry works. And that's whether or not we're complaining about that is another issue entirely, but let's just be very real about the way the industry works. The production committee is going to make the majority of this money because they put up the money in order to make the anime happen in the first place. So there's a lot of vilification going around about production committees, and this also results in people fundamentally not understanding how the anime industry works. You're going to get these... Anime doesn't happen without the production committees. Anime doesn't happen without the money being put up beforehand, the initial investment of these companies to make the show in the first place. And what people don't talk about, and this is also why I think it's really important that we talk about business when we're talking about this artistic stuff, especially with anime, because you miss a lot of really important points when you when you refuse to talk about the business aspect. Like, if you're wondering why it's like Western media is kind of stagnant right now, while you keep getting these fairly highly creative works coming out of Japan regularly.
Oh yeah.
You might want to big ups to the production committee business model for that, because what that does is that distributes all the risk for creating something that might not do well. That distributes all. So if Disney is creating a new thing, and it's spanking new, it's not been significantly tried before, it's something that we would look at and say, wow, they did this. They're taking a huge risk doing that, because maybe people might not vibe with it. Maybe people might not like it. Maybe people might not buy it. But when you have a whole bunch of companies, each in if the Disney invested however much money, however many millions of dollars to make that thing happen, and it does poorly, they're out a lot of money. So what the production committee business model does is say, okay, if this thing fails, I don't want to be out a whole lot of money, but I still want to be able to make money if it does succeed. So we have a whole bunch of companies saying, okay, we'll put up money, and if this thing doesn't take off, then my business isn't going to collapse.
Yeah, it's operating at a minimum. Well, you know what I mean.
Wait, it's distributed risk. It's
right,
saying,
right.
Okay,
so
I'm not taking out on all the risk. If to fund this show would be like 30% of my business, if I get together with a whole bunch of other companies, now it's more like 2% of my business, and I'm not gonna my business isn't gonna go under if this thing fails. That's number one about the production committee business model. Number two is the way the profit structure is set up in that business model makes it so anime makes money over a long period of time. I think Lane took like a decade to break even.
Right.
But it still broke even. A lot of these shows are going to break even eventually. You're going to make your money back.
It's a return on investment, but it's like you said, stretched out over a longer period of time than we're used to in models over here.
Yeah, it's long term,
but
and they understand it's long term. It's not meant to be. It's not meant to make a whole lot.
It's not, they're surprised by that.
All these motherfuckers out here saying, "Oh, this show is just made to make a quick buck." They're fundamentally wrong, and the reason nobody argued with them back in the day is because nobody was talking about this aspect of anime. So people out here telling me I'm wrong for daring to want to talk about the business aspect, for daring to think that's important.
Well, it's weird also in the sense that they're out to make a quick buck, but some of these places are operating literally at a loss.
Well, that's the second part, is that and this is the problem I had talking to Zach back when I was on ANN Cast, was we talked about the created cynically thing. When you're talking about the well-known poor conditions and poor pay going on in these anime studios with regard to the in the trenches animators working on the show, that's a fucking insult to say that they're creating it cynically.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like these people are putting in low effort and making a fuck ton of money. I mean, that's just not how that business.
They're putting in massive effort and making barely any money. And
does anybody need to pull up that thing about how many hours a week they were working when they were working at Madhouse or whatever?
It's fucking significant. And the reason we can't actually set anyone straight about that, least of all Zach Birchie, is because we don't talk about the business aspect of anime. So again, people want to say I'm wrong for wanting to talk about that, for daring to want to talk about that, when also acknowledging that people out here are wrong about the way they're talking about anime, because it's fundamentally not the way anime is made, and fundamentally not the way anime is marketed, fundamentally not the way anime makes money. So it turns out a whole lot of fake news could be 100% alleviated, 100% debunked, 100% not have to address it again if we decided, hey, maybe business is an important thing to talk about when we're talking about the medium that has its genesis in big business always. But no, that's just me. I'm just an insane person for wanting to talk about the business aspects of something that is so heavily invested in business, and who everyone knows is so heavily, just the genesis of which is in business, and everyone knows that and everyone understands that, but nobody wants to talk about that, because when we start getting into, business, and when we start getting into things that have more concrete answers to them, it starts to get really hard to lie about the way this medium works and about what certain things are going for and about how this whole thing is set up. It gets really hard to push an agenda that's fundamentally not even a little bit correct when you let business be part of the story, which is why business isn't part of the story. Because people are more interested in pushing their own theories and whatnot and their own perspectives, and it would be really inconvenient if someone came up and said, "No, that due to the way this entire thing works, you're not correct."
Well, it's not only that, but it's a lot harder to lie about numbers than it is about vague statements and possibly mistranslated materials.
Well, that's why a lot of people say anytime anyone dares to bring up sales numbers, sales numbers don't equate to quality, even though that's never the argument anyone is making.
That's not the argument. Yeah, exactly.
So,
nobody's saying that.
Then they just say, "Oh, people have shit taste." That's otaku just have shit taste.
We can't ever talk about the reason something did well in sales, because regardless of whether you think sales numbers equal quality, that means that work did something right. Mm-hmm. And maybe it was marketing, maybe it was a sales tactic, maybe it was this or that or the other thing, but we can't actually find that out without having the discussion.
The funny thing about that is the same people, as long as it has the right politics, it doesn't matter how good it is, it will still be promoted.
Of course.
You ever notice that?
Of course.
And again, which of course is almost which sort of proves that their statement is just some bullshit they came up with.
Well, it goes back to my point, is they want to talk about what they want to talk about, regardless of how right or wrong it is. It could be the wrongest. It could be the wrongest thing. It could be not even a little bit true. But
nah, man, Japan made C3U to rub it in the faces of the parents of Sandy Hook, don't you know?
Oh, definitely. It could definitely not even be a little bit true. But if that's what they want to talk about, sure. And as a result, we can't talk about sales numbers, we can't talk about business, we can't talk about marketing, because all that stuff is really inconvenient for people who want to push fundamentally wrong ideas about this medium. So as we can't have a lot of really interesting conversations, like, okay, why did Bakemonogatari total like 112,000 something copies?
Which, considering what kind of show it is and everything else, is actually pretty impressive.
So we can't talk about that. We can't talk about why. We can't talk about why Code Geass is out there in the 74,000 club.
Mm-hmm.
We
Again,
can't talk about that. We definitely can't talk about why Flowers of Evil is in the 0,000 club, because sales numbers don't mean quality, which means we can't talk about what Flowers of Evil might have done wrong to end up in the 0,000 club.
Actually, being animated would have helped.
Yeah. But it's interesting because these are people that claim quality isn't, subjective or whatnot. And then they'll go on and complain about something like Strike, which is well made by any standard in terms of visuals and execution.
You make a very good point, K-Gods.
But it's still not any good because of the content.
Yeah. Well, why Strike Witches did so much better. Why Strike Witches is still remembered, but everyone's forgotten about Sky Girls.
We can't talk about that. We also can't talk about why Strike Witches won. It won some award, and I'm looking for the article to.
Are you talking about that family friendly thing?
Yeah, here it is.
I mean, that's just funny.
The Japanese Cultural Affairs Agency gave Strike Witches a ringing endorsement in 2009, and we can't talk about that.
Yeah.
I don't know why that happened. Nobody knows why that happened. Isn't it? Don't you think it's fucking insane that nobody knows why that happened? Nobody in the Western fan base understands why the Japanese Cultural Affairs Agency gave Strike Witches a ringing endorsement. Don't you think that seems like something that somebody should maybe be looking into and finding out why?
Maybe the JSDF paid them off. I don't know.
But isn't it wild that we never talked about that?
It is kind of odd. I mean, you're right about that. It is
never
very
talked
strange.
about that, but we did get like half a season worth of talking about Flowers of Evil, which fell off.
What's weird about that?
We got like half a year of hype leading up to Redline, which fell off.
Oh, well, yeah.
But we didn't talk about the Cultural Affairs Agency giving this show
an endorsement,
an award, or an endorsement. Like, really?
Yeah.
So nobody looked at that and said,
"That's kind of odd."
Wait, what is it about Strike Witches that had the Cultural Affairs Agency like big up in Strike Witches? It's like
I don't know. Maybe it's grinding. Maybe it's the grinding on the brooms.
Well, this was the original Strike Witches. We didn't get the brooms yet.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So we can't even fall back on the brooms for this one.
Maybe it's Mio's laugh.
So it's kind of wild that nobody talks about this, but what it comes back down to is there's really certain ways you're allowed to talk about anime. And I say allowed as though like
without any kind of pushback. I know.
Well, yeah. It's like
I know what you're getting at. Yeah.
There are a certain number of
ways that are acceptable and ways that are not.
Well, I say acceptable, but it's really not even an enforcement thing.
No.
Nobody, and I get where you're going with it, but what I'm saying is
it's frowned upon.
It's not even that it's frowned upon. Nobody does it. Nobody has even attempted. Name me one anime personality besides Time Enforcer Anubis who talks about business in anime a lot. Go.
Crickets.
Fucking Tumbleweed.
Did John Anime Nation talk about the business side?
Maybe he
yeah.
did. He probably
he did occasionally. Yeah.
How come?
Because remember, guys, remember after somebody asked him a question and he basically said that the reason that because he said something that the guys from A&N got all pissy about because they said it was sexist that men buy anime more.
Yeah.
And that women buy manga more kind of thing or whatever. And like they completely lost their shit about that, even though he was basically just saying what the numbers said.
Yeah.
And they just really didn't like that.
So we got two. John from Anime Nation and fucking Task Force Moe guy are the only two people who are talking about
I'm sorry,
the business of anime. Really?
But you gotta admit that that's funny that became your nickname for a while.
Well, it's like, yeah, it just illustrates how ridiculous this is. Fucking John from Anime Nation, who's a legitimate guy, and then Task Force Moe guy, like the guy who forum trolled his way onto the ANN cast, are the only two people who are out here talking about the business of anime.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that kind of odd? Isn't it weird that
the only time
nobody
I hear
even
about...
thinks to talk about this kind of stuff? And as a result, we get a whole lot of wild ass takes that have no basis in reality, but because we haven't talked about all of this stuff, people think they're correct. Like, this show was created to make a quick buck, or this show was created cynically, or
maybe made a quick buck.
Maybe if they made less anime, things would be better in the anime industry.
Right.
That take,
because they think it siphons off time and money to their things they want.
Because they fundamentally don't understand how the business works.
Sure.
Fundamentally don't, and nobody's telling them. Nobody is incentivized to tell anyone in the Western anime community how the business works. Because imagine if people knew how the anime industry worked, knew about the ins and outs of the production committee business model, and then Crunchyroll tried to tell them, oh, hey, you can support the anime industry by which here's the thing, they're correct. You're supporting the anime industry. But what they're not telling you is the anime industry is a lot bigger than just the studios and the animators.
Unless you're one of those people
you're
that
supporting you're supporting the anime industry, but you think your money's going to the studios and the animators when it's really not, and they're only lying to you by omission because they're not telling you how the industry works.
Gotta fund that what was it called? High Guardian Spice.
Which is like half a year late, by the way, but that's beside the... Well, here's the thing is, here's an unpopular opinion. You ready for this?
What?
Crunchyroll is well within their right to take their cut of the subscription money and use it for whatever they want in their business.
Their money at that
They're
point.
well within their right to do that. You're paying for their service. If you don't think Crunchyroll is taking a cut of your subscription money and using it for whatever they want in their business, you're kind of an idiot. Sorry.
And don't understand how money works like that.
You don't understand how business in general works, least of all the anime industry.
Yeah, I mean, because even people who won't eat at Chick-fil-A realize that they donate money to things that they don't like.
Well, it's like, and this isn't even a Chick-fil-A level of donation. This is
no.
This is Crunchyroll using money they acquired by selling a service to do things internally with their own business,
right?
Which is 100% fine.
Right. They have no thing where they necessarily have to tell you what they do with that.
They're not obligated to tell you what
they're
doing with their money. They're not obligated to do
If
that.
it's not illegal, then no, they don't.
Yep. And here's the thing: is that we can certainly go by the assumption. I see no reason to disbelieve that they do a lot of their money does go to the anime industry. But when we talk about the anime industry, we're talking about the anime industry at a large scale, which starts with the production committees, and of which the studios are a tiny part. And the way they make money is in a very specific way.
Right.
So,
it's hierarchical.
It's
do.
well, it's
I don't want to say it trickles down, but
it's a different. Each part of the production committee, and then include the studios, has specific ways in which they make money. So if the
an animator might be commissioned.
Well, the studio's going to make money. Well, the studio's going to make money on the TV broadcast. They're going to get a cut
any kind of syndication.
They're going to get money from syndication. They're going to get a cut of the disc media sales. They're gonna maybe get a cut of the merchandise sales. You're gonna have the record
and this is
label
all figured beforehand, usually.
Well, it's all negotiated, and
then you sign on the paper, and
it's pretty standard.
Yeah,
it's
or however they accept it.
Here's how studios make money in this business model. Here's how the record label for whatever music is in the anime makes money in this business model. Here's how if Good Smile Company is I don't know if they sit on production committees, but the merchandiser, here's how they make money from this business model. And it's laid out. It's not actually that hard to understand.
No, and Japan is very notorious for having very efficient ways of doing things in terms of in business structures and whatnot. That's why
a lot of the highly efficient business practices that go on in the U.S. were kind of lifted from Japanese practices.
Yes. They actually have a word for it, and I can't remember what the hell it is, but there actually is a term for this, where they basically get rid of redundancies and all that in the framework.
Well, I know we call it over here lean manufacturing.
Right, but I mean a Japanese actual.
Right.
And I can't remember what it is, but I actually read it somewhere when I was doing it wasn't a business class, but it was sort of a segment in another class that was about it.
Right.
I can't even remember which class it was, but something, probably civics or something, who knows.
But so to roll this back to Crunchyroll, they're only lying to you by omission, because they're not telling you how this actually works. You are supporting the anime industry, but your definition of the anime industry is incorrect, and they're not telling you that.
And there's no need for them to, because it benefits them.
There's no need for them to tell you that, because you being under the impression that your money is going to the artists and the studios that is a marketing play to them.
And it's also a bit of a net gain for them, because if some people that know that might actually not actually go that route.
They might go a different route. The money might go elsewhere.
And if you tell people that openly, you're basically sabotaging yourself.
Yep.
So yeah, it's funny like that, but not funny, haha.
Well, it's an interesting paradigm. It's an interesting way of looking at the thing, because I've been developing this concept. I call them hidden worlds. So
okay, interesting. I'm interested.
Here's the idea.
It's Iyashike.
Yes.
Here's the thing.
I mean isekai, not Iyashike.
Wait.
Isekai.
Well, so here's how it works. Is that if you learn about business, you're going to walk into the grocery store and see it in a different way than other people who don't know a whole lot about business, especially if you learn about marketing, because you're going to understand why, say, the milk and the eggs are in the far corner of the store.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing works on with stuff like physics. So anything where there's an underlying
Everything's subjective.
well, no. Here's the thing. There are underlying frameworks to systems that we navigate in our daily lives.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people don't understand those underlying frameworks. But if you start to understand those underlying frameworks, you start to look at things in an entirely different way than you would have otherwise. And this is one thing that I've discovered as I've gotten further and further into basically casually studying business and, of course, running businesses, is that you start to understand business models. And one thing that I feel like is important, especially in the anime subculture, is to understand business models.
Well, sure.
Because if you understand business models, what that means is you can look at something and say, and ask, okay, what is the underlying model behind this? How is this system making money? And then if you investigate that, the way that ends up is you're a lot harder to take advantage of by people whose end game does not align with yours.
Mm-hmm. And again, you can see where they're pulling the wool over your eyes too.
Exactly. You can see where you can see where their end game of their business model does not align with the end game of what you want to do. So to run this back to anime, and we'll go to the break after this.
Sure.
If you understand business models, you can understand you will eventually understand the production committee business model and how that works. And from that, you will understand the Western streaming business model and how that works. And if you put those two together, you'll find out that the money doesn't end up in the studio's hands, not at scale.
No.
And if your end game is to help out the overworked artists and to help out the studios they work at, you're not served by going on the support the industry meme that a lot of these Western industry people are. And to walk that back to the point I was on a few shows ago, this is why it's important to talk about business when we're talking about anime. This is why it's important to understand business models.
It certainly can't hurt.
It can only help.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. It can't possibly.
It can't hurt you. All it can do is help you, because you'll understand the underlying frameworks behind a lot of things you interact with on the daily.
And it's not like you'll learn about this stuff and then suddenly you'll have to give away like stuff you own, or you have to take out a second mortgage or something. I mean,
well, it's like you'll probably end up saving money in the long run.
Well, sure. And I think the old statement of, knowledge is power is applicable here. Knowledge
is very powerful. Because if you have that knowledge, if you know the underlying framework, you'll be able to recognize when there's a disconnect, and you'll be able to find that disconnect, and that'll help you not get taken advantage of by people whose end game is not aligned with yours.
Or Cliff Notes version, learn the basics, stop being played.
Stop being played. Stop being played. Stop being lied to. Stop having the truth misrepresented to you by influencers and thought leaders and marketing staff in the Western anime subculture.
yeah, I mean, how many people get their information from like YouTubers or something like that? When it's, I mean, it's obvious there's a certain proportion that do, simply from the fact that they parrot what they say. And even when it's completely out of the realms of, you know, the actual numbers.
All these YouTubers are,
A lot of them are clout chasers.
A lot of these YouTubers are kind of the most recent
foot soldiers.
Well, they're the most recent rung on this line of paradigms I'm going to go down in the third segment.
So we'll go ahead.
So they didn't get those ideas on their own.
Oh no! I'm no. They are, like I said, sort of the grunts of this whole thing. Yeah. They're kind of like, even some of them are probably unwittingly doing it.
A lot of this isn't direct. It's not people telling other people to.
It's the gears turning, is what it is.
Exactly. It's one gear turning the other. And to round out this, don't let yourself get lied to. Be skeptical about what people in the Western fandom, the Western subculture, are saying about anime. Because a lot of it is based on decades-old misconceptions. And a lot of it is based, and quite a few of it is based on fundamental lies by omission. People banking on other people not knowing about a certain subject or another. So read Otaku Spaces, read the Moe Manifesto, read Beautiful Fighting Girl. Hell, even read Database Animals so you know where these people are getting their ideas from. And then on the other side, endeavor to understand a thing or two about the production committee business model. I do a series on Iyashikei called Weebonomics. Read all of those articles, not just because they're interesting, but because they do explain quite a few things.
They're very good.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and, like, even if I wasn't a part of this show or even a friend or anything, I would say that.
Yeah, they explain how the industry works, and that's important to know for anyone who's gonna be talking about anime like this. So we're gonna hit up the break right now. Keep it here on NTR Radio.
街は眠らない、誰もが思い抱いたまま、光るコイン握りしめた手でおどけかけた夢を探そう。消えたメモリー探し続けてる、純なハートをなくさないために開き始めた My Next Station と狙い定めた In My 最終巻、時を超え思い出す夢の始まり、 PM ない街が眠れない、シュッとのいつに包まれた、微笑む女神で招きしてる、壊れかけたドアの向こう、窓の海の中語る君はバーチャル、ヒントをくれたね、最後のパスワード、ついに見つけたよ Next Station をさ、狙い定めてバンバンバンキーと何響く Oh finally 未来のために、 PM で街が眠れない、エキサイティングに震え出す、指が感じた遥かな世界、目指せ声のドアの向こう、 TM で誰も眠らない、時は止まり凍りつき、たとえビジョンがフリーズしてもネバギブアップ諦めないさ。街は変わらない、しつけさを取り戻すまで、空に映ったいくつもの影、自分自身見つかるまで、永遠は夜は終わらない、誰もが思い抱いたまま、光るコイン握りしめた手で掴みかけた夢をかざそう、眠らない街が眠れない、シュッとのいつに包まれた、微笑む女神で招きしてる、壊れかけたドアの向こう、
Welcome back to NTR Radio. So I mentioned in the first segment that the current conditions of the Western anime subculture are it's the culmination of a series of thought patterns that go back decades. And I, of course, said I will be going over that in the third segment. So here we go. And again, this is my conspiracy theory board with the pieces of yarn connecting the pins. But I feel like
I was wondering where you were going.
I feel like I'm right though, and you guys can tell me if I'm missing anything.
All right, this should be is this basically an expanded version of that series of tweets you made?
Kind of. This is where I was talking about how this is the conditions now, like the enforcement of the nerd hierarchy in the fandom over a decade, that kind of stuff. This is the extended version of that. This goes over how that all developed.
Okay. So here we go.
Okay, so where we start with this is that you get the early anime clubs that did a whole lot of the tape trading.
Right. These are the people who basically set up like Akon.
Yeah.
You know, that they had these. What's really weird is you can actually find.
Well, it's like this goes back a while. It's like we're talking about like the CFO and all these early anime cons early anime clubs that engaged in tape trading back and forth. And what they would do was the Japanese wanted our Battlestar Galactica. In return, they'd give us their like space battleship Yamato or whatever.
Right. They wanted to see our TV.
Exactly.
And it was sort of a mutual exchange kind of thing.
Exactly.
Like, okay, you guys give us, I don't know. You give us Dirty Pair and we'll give you, I don't know,
Magnum PI.
A lot of this was based around sci-fi, so they would ask for stuff like Battlestar Galactica or Star Trek, and in
Things
return
like
we'd get Space Battleship Yamato and Dirty Pair and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
So a lot of those number one, and this is relatively minor, but a lot of those clubs were established around universities.
Yes, I was going to say, really came from a lot of college.
Exactly, which is natural. A lot of anime clubs are centered around college, even nowadays.
Yeah, there's tons of them.
But the primary thing, and the reason why this is the beginning of this paradigm, is that they were largely not interested in anime as a market. They weren't interested in establishing that. A lot of the time, back in that day, if you wanted to get anime, either you were in good with one of these clubs, or you were buying some of these tapes, and all this was legally gray. This was all bootleg stuff. There did not exist a market for anime in the US at this point. So
only if you were like fine with like heavily edited, also heavily
that's actually exactly where I'm going with this. So you were buying these bootleg tapes off of these people setting up booths at sci-fi conventions, and
who were not held accountable to anybody, really.
Not really held accountable to anybody.
Because if they were, they wouldn't be able to do it.
Well, we're also kind of reviled by the people in these anime clubs, because their whole frame was, oh, okay, we're gonna distribute this stuff for free, and we're kind of upset that people are out here selling this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a fair perspective, but the problem is when you're the kind of the first people to market with something, you establish the business practices and the core values of that market, kind of.
Right.
So realistically, what they should have realized was that someone was going to sell tapes eventually, and why couldn't it be them?
Mm-hmm. Right.
So as a result, we get this kind of perspective that doesn't see anime as a product, sees it more as a thing to be appreciated, which is fair enough, but that also reviles the perspective that sees it as a product to be bought and sold.
Mm-hmm.
So, fast forward to the early 90s, well, more so the mid to late 90s, early 2000s.
I was going to say, because in the early 90s, you had what I like to call sort of making inroads in it largely with edited, heavily censored and things like that.
Right, and the
Kind of
reason
material that managed to make its way on TV, but highly butchered, and a lot of the Japaneseness was stripped of it.
exactly,
Well-
and a lot of the reason that happened was because the tape trading guys did not establish business practices that valued authenticity and artistic integrity and stuff like that. So the very first anime licensing firms were just doing they just wanted to bring the stuff over. They didn't care. They would butcher it. They would take out all sorts of various pieces of the animation, and they would market it as something basically completely different than what it originally was.
Right, you're talking about like Carl Masick and people like that were sort of.
Well, Carl Masick
Well,
is
he
kind
didn't
of,
really want to do it.
Yeah, Carl Masick is kind of an anomaly of that.
Right, because
thing,
he was
'cause-
almost forced to do it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
What he really wanted was Macross, but the rules for American TV didn't allow a show like Macross to be put on American TV. So as a result, we got Robotech. So we didn't really.
Yeah, that's I'm sorry, that was sort of unfair.
Yeah. So to continue, in the late 90s, early 2000s, we see a shift in the market in Japan. We start seeing a whole lot of this sort of before the moe boom sort of stuff, and as a result, the focus of this thought leadership that had developed around anime in the West sort of narrows, because there's not a whole lot of stuff that they can really latch onto, because a whole lot of the stuff coming out is product.
Yeah, well, the stuff was coming, and this type of stuff was either mostly sci-fi.
Mm-hmm. That's we should point out that that's probably, well, it's not probably, it is why a lot of places in Europe, specifically the UK, had this attachment to sci-fi to it. Because like back, if you could look at old dictionaries and stuff, and you would occasionally see anime in it, and it would talk about how it's this highly stylized futuristic sci-fi thing, and it's like, no, it's not.
Oh yeah,
Cutting edge.
A lot of
Cutting edge.
a lot of
animation.
early anime that people latched onto in the US was sci-fi, because a lot of the people who got into anime
there was
got
crossover
into
there.
it through sci-fi. And the same
And there
is
was-
true for a lot of Japanese otaku. It's like
Sure,
a lot of the founders of Gainax got into it through sci-fi.
Right, and people who, I mean, like this was actually mentioned just not that long ago in servers I was in, that the Star Trek guys were fans of Dirty.
Yep.
Like they actually referenced it in the show.
Yep.
And like, unless you're a big nerd, you probably don't know that.
Bingo.
But yeah, it's there, and it's interesting that little cross pollination between fandoms and things like that happened. It's not surprising, because again, sci-fi is sort of, I don't want to say all inclusive, but it pulls in things from some of the fantasy area. It pulls in stuff from just anything it can, really.
Well, the back and forth between the US and Japan with regards to media is a lot older a paradigm than anyone really gives it credit for.
Right, you could go all the way back to like monster kinds of for lack of a better term. I mean even my parents remember watching stuff like with like, you know, giant robots and shit like that.
Right.
Like, you know, Ultraman or anything like that.
Also, the partnership between U.S. and Japan for content is much older than people give credit for.
Oh,
Yeah.
especially when we'd farm out, much like a lot of places do to Korea or Hong Kong and China now. We used to farm out animation to them all the time, especially in the 80s.
All those Rankin Bass Christmas specials that are being on right now. All those
Or
were done in Japan. Yep.
all those old, like there was some Captain Planet, some G.I. Joe,
Oh yeah.
just all kinds of shit. Like, and you can always tell
Yeah.
too, because the stylistic touches are there if you have a keen observation.
Yeah, even when I was a kid, like you couldn't put a finger on it, but it's like, wow, this transforms.
There's something different here. It looks more glossy and bouncy somehow, or something.
Also,
it's
the attention
more of a
to
sheen, you know, to it.
Also, the attention to detail, especially if it was like a high production.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a good example of that would be Captain Planet, which everybody makes fun of, and rightly so. But there would be episodes that looked a lot better than other. It's almost guaranteed they were involved.
Well, the other thing is because anime places a focus on how even like stuff for the American market, the camera as if it was an actual camera rather than here's two characters just like in a sitcom.
It works more just like manga does in that there's a lot more close-ups of the face and all that kind of stuff, where there's less panning and more like still shots that are again, what people like to say is lazy is actually, well, which might very well be in some cases, but it's more of a stylistic choice. I mean, some things are obviously they're done on low budgets. I mean, even something like the original Berserk, there's a lot of still images.
Yes.
And I'm assuming it probably didn't have the biggest budget in the world, being a TV show and everything else. But anime has sort of found a way to make that work for it.
Yeah.
That's now obviously shows that have a higher budget and stuff tend to have more of things like big panning, sweeping kind of shots and things like that, or more frames per second and all that. But now,
to continue
yeah,
on the
I'm
the
rambling, man.
So we get this market shift. Simultaneously, we also get the internet boom. We get the internet booming as a method of consumption. So now we've got two separate camps in the Western subculture. We've got the type that whose genealogy dates back to the tape traders, which
are the ones who fan sub and whatnot.
The ones who did the early fan subs, the ones who did the early tape trading, the ones who
basically built
the subculture, and built the subculture as it existed early on.
Sure.
And then
everything was piggybacked off that on some level.
Yeah, and they were interested in a particular type of anime because that's what interested them back when they were tape trading. And realistically, that was what was big back when they were tape trading.
Sure.
So when the market shifts, all of a sudden, where's all this cute girl stuff coming from? En masse, at scale. We talked about stuff that was always there, but you guys remember the trend of like mid-level cute girl romance comedies that dominated the mid-2000s.
Absolutely. Some of them were really good.
Some of them were excellent. But the point is that was a market shift. And
absolutely.
That
some people didn't like it.
Some people didn't like it. But you had that group, but then you had this other group that was who had kind of gotten into it through medias like Toonami, and especially the early internet anime subculture.
Which there was a lot of Usenet kind of stuff going on.
A lot of this is probably a bit later than Usenet. We're talking like
but I'm just saying
late
that's where that started.
90s, early 2000s. But like you had,
but a lot of them subcultures did originally start popping up on Usenet.
Yeah, so you got these two basically separate segments of the subculture going on at this point in time in parallel. The difference is a lot of the thought leaders that would end up going on to be in positions of influence are part of the first segment whose thought process, whose paradigm date backs all the way to the early tape traders. So what happens next is you get the moe boom. So you have this thought leadership and these influencers who are part of this first segment dating back to the old tape traders, and they notice the moe boom, and they notice it growing on both sides of the Pacific.
Damn kids and their cute girls. Back in my day, we used to actually have real anime.
And they notice at the same time that this second segment that grew up on Toonami and on the internet, they don't have the same perspective about this.
Well, they can.
Well, they don't have the same perspective about this wild radical change that's happening in the anime market. When it's not really a wild radical change, but nobody knows that, because the thought leaders don't know that, because they're still operating on paradigms that at this point are a couple decades old. Because at this point we had just come off of the whole, our method of consuming anime being, okay, we get whatever aired in Japan years ago, and
maybe not even finished there or here,
and we're just gonna have to deal with that, or
you got what you got. You
got what you got, as opposed to today when we get basically everything.
Because back then it was not only was it still sold in isolated volumes, but there was such a long period between them, not only when it came out, but between releases too.
Exactly.
You could literally run into something where you would have, I don't know, we'll say a 6 to 10 volume thing, and about halfway through it would just die off and you'd never get the rest of it.
Yep.
And you wouldn't get like a newsletter or anything. Gone.
Yeah, the internet was not embraced at this point. So we got
that was it.
Yeah, we got to the Moe boom. And
Take an example of this everybody will remember, if you don't mind, will be when they aired the very edited and butchered Sailor Moon or DBZ, where it just cut off at a certain point, and like there would be years and years that would pass before more of it continued, even if you knew there was more, because there was I don't know if it was a contractual thing or whatnot, but like say somewhere in the middle of the Frieza saga and DBZ would just cut, and then it would start airing at the beginning again.
I remember that. Yep.
Sailor Moon did that too. I mean, like close, like 3/4 or something like through R, it did that, and it would be long time and years even before you would get the rest of it. And again, I'm not sure if in that case if it was a contractual thing or some sort of legal limbo kind of shit.
Well, it's that you got and I remember some very specific cases of this where you got these apocryphal stories of lost episodes of this or that, when it was really just
episodes that were always there.
They didn't air this in the United States. Like there were a few Pokemon that they just didn't air here, and you'd hear about it in like, I think it was like Beckett's Pokemon Collector or something like that. It was one of these Pokemon card magazines that would
you would hear
recap some of the
like
episodes,
and
it's like
it became sort of this like weird holy grail thing where
exactly. So
like you knew it was there, but like you couldn't just hop on to like your favorite torrent client and get it.
Right. There wasn't that connection between East and West like there is now, and there wasn't the infrastructure there for us to get these quote unquote lost episodes, these apocryphal lost episodes of whatever show that turns out it just didn't air here. But you saw what happened during this era, and we're talking the late 2000s into the early 2010s, is you have this massive market shift in Japan. And this is the moe boom that everyone talks about, but nobody can really pin down when it actually happened. Does anyone else notice that?
Yeah, you'll hear everything from 5 to 2002.
Yeah.
To, I mean it's like some sort of fucking scavenger hunt or something.
So the moe boom happens, and there's this big market shift, and what this results in is you got the first segment, the people whose genealogy goes back, saying, "Whoa, what's all this stuff? I'm used to X, Y, and Z from when I was used to the stuff. And there, among the younger demographic, there is some reaction to it. But for the most part, I noticed those people went with the flow.
Yeah.
Because that's really all you can do when your genealogy only goes back a couple years and you grew up in this sort of era with all these mid 2000s harem comedies and whatnot.
Right. Like if you just as an example, if you were a kid when Haruhi or Lucky Star or something was airing, your perspective is just not going to be the same.
Exactly.
It's just not. It can't be. How could it be? You're coming into it without baggage. You're coming into it. Okay, this is what it's doing now.
So
rather than ew, this is what it's doing now.
So what the older demo. What the older demo.
I feel weird about this because I don't really, even though I am somewhat between some of these people age wise.
Well, like when I'm talking about the older demo and the younger demo, I'm talking about how far back their paradigm goes.
Okay.
So
fair enough.
When the older demo encounters this, they hit on a notion of, well, okay, well, what do we do about this? And what would be their eventual downfall is they would conclude like, okay, we're going to vilify this new thing and we're going to vilify the people who like this new thing, and we're going to try and create an environment where this sort of type of entertainment and this sort of type of engagement with this entertainment is verboten in this community that we're building. And so we do that, and we get into the moe battle. We get that one big article in Otaku USA where Daryl Sarad and Clarissa Graffio and two other people I've never heard about, and the one person who's actually kind of sticking up for moe is Wild Arms Hero.
Which,
so
there could be the
less said about whom the better.
Escapades on that.
But you get that whole thing, and eventually you end up with the Moe Coalition. And
should we actually go into detail about that?
Well, so here's what the Moe Coalition was there was a blogger called Seanver, Seanver, and he really liked moe
a lot.
And he's one of these episodic bloggers who does a recap of each episode.
Very similar to currently, and it's still there, is Random Curiosity.
Yeah, exactly.
But it was more specifically just moe shows.
Bingo.
It wasn't just general anime.
Bingo. So he
and that's fine. Whatever.
Had a real big thing for moe. More power to him. So he comes up with this, because part of the whole Seanverse saga is he was actually being harassed by quite a few people.
Pretty heavily, really.
Pretty significantly.
To the point where they were DDoSing his site.
Yeah. So he was being harassed pretty significantly by people purely because he was outspoken about liking moe.
Yeah, I mean, like, oh no, he likes Haganai, he needs to go away.
Yeah. So
kind of thing, you know. So it was very strange and very petty.
It was wild, and this is because I had gotten into the moe war, so to speak, off of that one Otaku USA feature. But when I really realized that it was a war was when I heard about what was going on with Seanver.
The weirdest thing about that is nobody I know that was part of this battle willingly went into it. They were pulled into it.
Well, that was a point I was making real early on, like back when I was on Blogspot. It's like the people who are into moe, like the moe
Largely just
people,
wanted to be left alone.
they just want to watch their cartoons, and it's
And
everyone
not have
else
people
dragging
shitting on
into
them
this.
Yeah, and it was like, and I get it. If they were out there basically, telling people to nasty shit or whatnot, but they weren't. They were largely doing just that,
Yeah,
blogging
exactly.
about what they were watching.
Wasn't
some
I
people-
the? Well, I'm sorry.
And I mean, maybe I missed something, but from what I could tell, it was just people blogging, talking about the things they like,
Yep.
posting a bunch of pictures. Now, and what you got in return were these people that just could not handle that. They were like, "Oh, they're uncritically examining this stuff." Rah, 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 rah.
Yeah, exactly. It's people with no bone in their body whose
Oh,
entire
they're still
thing
here.
was just jumping in and jumping in and just being nasty to people for no reason other than, oh, this person likes cartoons that I don't like. And that was the whole thing. And so Shanver established this thing called the Moe Coalition, and basically it was a collection of
It was what they used to call a web ring.
it was basically a web ring. It itself was a blog, but it was also a collection of links to other blogs, and
In a similar sort of or even if they weren't similar, just a supportive kind of thing.
it was a pretty disparate selection of blogs, but the whole thing connecting them was they were pro Moe. They
had these banners.
The people who I think I still have that banner around somewhere. I think I have it on one of these external hard drives. I have it somewhere, I think.
We're gonna have to dig that up just for memory's sake.
Oh, for real.
But I was the kind of the canary in the coal mine in this, because you all remember my days on a certain toy forum. Whose forum isn't there, and the forum part of it isn't there anymore.
We fucking outlasted that forum too.
Haha. Go play
Scoreboard.
some football. Anyway, no, I mean, and it's weird because in many ways, this incident somewhat is what pulled all three of us together.
Realistically, this was a big catalyst to what we now know as NTR Radio.
I mean, we met before that.
Yeah, of course.
I'll give you an example, and I mentioned it. It actually does sort of play into this. I used to have a blog. I've had a few of them. This one was WordPress, I think.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it was a WordPress. It wasn't even like a .com. It was literally the cheapo free one. The WordPress / whatever you called it. And anyway, I remember, and I mentioned this earlier in the first segment, I believe, I had this thing that TV tropes, was that even a thing yet? I don't think it was. But it was similar.
It was.
Okay, it might have been, but it wasn't. It hadn't been around. Couldn't have been. Anyway, if anybody knows how they work, they have like these little names for tropes you see. And I sort of had a little fun with it because I was seeing all these people attacking people like Shanver and things like that, just in sort of this weird, like, I don't have anything better to do. I guess I'm just going to harass some poor kid. I guess he was a kid. I don't remember. On the internet, just because he liked this thing I don't like. And do so in a particularly nasty way. The DDoS thing is what did it. It's like, really? You pretty much got their website shut down? Okay. Anyway, so I ended up writing up a quick little blurb where I had these little goofy names I came up for shit like Shonen Jumper or just, things like that. And one of them, and 5 or 6 of them or whatever, but one of them stuck out. You'll note that was the only one that got complaints. It was, and if I'm not mistaken, the Moe Sucks Army.
Yep.
And it was basically just pointing out how absurd these people are. It's like we're gonna form basically an opposition to this Moe thing. We're gonna stomp on people that we're offended by cute. It just sounded absurd. And so I figured I'd poke a little fun at it, and boy, that was a mistake. Because then I started to get all kinds of fucking trolling attempts to comment on there. I let a few of them through just to illustrate a point. And I think that's when I really started hanging out with you, Anubis.
Yeah, I think
because
that's
when I
when-
actually encountered you, I think, the first time. Because you were in that comment section. I almost wish I still had it. Because that might be a fun thing to snap photos of and actually almost include with this. But you had some dipshit little kid from Britain that basically had like an apoplectic fit because I was poking fun at him. He's like, man, fuck you guys.
Yeah,
I was just like, it's like, don't say any names.
No, I'm not gonna say the name, but I was gonna say no. All right, never mind.
Yeah, we're not here to have people try to track this person down.
Nah.
And it was pretty funny because we learned funny things about this way afterwards. You know, they were like some 15-year-old little shit or something. You know,
they weren't born around the time.
They weren't even born by the time half of this stuff they're talking about. So. Right. You know, they have like this retro art forum thing or whatever. But you're not really old enough to have that. Anyway, wouldn't that imply that you lived during it and want it back? Anyway, and that was a bit of a shit sandwich.
Decade.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Oh, don't get started with that. That was a shit sandwich though, because that, to me, proved that there actually was a problem.
Oh, how about the time I told you I did the review of the show Bamboo Blade? Because
I remember that sort of peripherally.
Yeah, that was when I that was when on Collection DX, and I had the review, and someone was complaining about, oh, you like the part of the show where the girl was happy to buy the anime shoes, you know. It's like you got suckered hook, line, and sinker, you know.
I find that a hilarious form of reasoning from a group of people that are middle-aged balding people that are, you know, talking about meeting up to chat about toys and acting like everybody else is this immature person. Yeah. I mean, that's just comical to me.
It's like who are you to say what part of a show that,
unless I specifically said I like it or I wanted that or whatever. Don't put words in my mouth.
All I said is this. You know, I like the part where she, you know, was happy to get the anime that she was. Oh, because she's you. That's why you were. Yeah, that was like.
So here's the thing. I don't want to fucking hear it anymore. What people talking about? People talking like none of this shit happened. I don't want to fucking hear it anymore because this was quite a few years ago and it's been happening for years since. So I don't want to fucking hear it anymore. Talking about people pretending that the issue was ever anything other than people are shitting on people because of what cartoons they like. I want to fucking hear it when talking about how talking like that wasn't the case, talking like that isn't what this thing is about.
We should also point out that there's a little bit of our history we can tie back to this said forum, in the sense that they gave us one of our episode titles unwittingly. Game Boy Advanced Capitalism.
Oh yeah, yes, but that
one fucking doofus said.
Stupid phrase, but to continue. So you had the thought leaders, the influencers of this era, and the people who followed behind them. They were on this thing where, if we persecute and vilify people who like cute girl cartoons, eventually that'll have some nebulous positive effect for us. Meanwhile, the people come from the younger paradigm just want to watch their fucking cartoons and don't want to be harassed for it.
Can somebody explain to me how they thought this was going to fix anything?
I'm still trying to figure that out myself.
Like, okay, I'm really getting the South Park thing. It's like, bully a bunch of nerds, question mark, profit. Okay. I mean, I don't get it. Maybe it's just some sort of, I don't know. I left high school a long time ago.
So this paradigm continues into the mid 2010s. Then we get to the paradigm we're at now, where that thought leadership has lost its relevance to
But
be
the radiation background's still there.
to be replaced by a number of, like, a more diffuse collection of thought leaders, most of whom are informed by those previous thought leaders. So the people who are responsible for doing all that damage are gone, but the damage still remains in the form of a subcultural undercurrent that is instilled a sort of class structure based on taste in anime.
And this, and I can tie this all back with something we mentioned earlier that actually wasn't about this, but it's going to work here. In many ways, you could say it's mimetic, because it's almost absorbed through some sort of faux cultural osmosis.
Well, it's the background radiation of the subculture. It's the unspoken rule, regardless of where you come from. You get this notion that certain anime,
it's not okay to like it.
It's not really okay to be
enthusiastic about it either.
It's not really.
If you like something, you have to basically, and you still see this, although thankfully it's starting to not be as prevalent. That, like, I know it's trash, but I still like it. You see less of that now.
Well, that's part when I talk about this undercurrent. That's a direct result of that undercurrent. Is that we get this anime guilt paradigm from that article on Wave Motion Canon. We get this anime guilt where people adopt this agree and amplify way of interacting with anime that they know will get shit on by
it's almost a form of troll shielding in a way.
It's definitely a form of troll shielding, because what they're saying is,
I know it's bad, leave me alone.
Well, if I acknowledge and adopt that identity that, the stuff I like is trash and I'm trash for liking it, then I will get slightly less bullshit from other people, because they're not going to see me as fun to bully.
Yeah, you basically summed up what I was trying to get at.
And what nobody talks about is that nobody would feel the need to call themselves trash for liking, I don't know, Popotan or whatever, if nobody actually called them trash for liking Popotan and meant it.
Yeah. And the thing is what you would see is if you challenged it, and this is how you know it was shit. If you did challenge it, you would get the whole thing about, you're taking yourselves or this too seriously.
You should learn to laugh at yourselves more. If I had a nickel for every time I heard about that about Moe fans, I'd be a rich man.
But here's where that breaks down. They're saying you should laugh at the fact that they're calling you possibly a criminal in some cases.
Well, it's that, and you never hear other types of fans being told to laugh at themselves more. You never really hear that. It's only ever people who like cute girl anime being told, you should take yourself less seriously. You should learn to laugh at yourself some more.
That just is proof that these people don't know any of us. Do we need to replay every time we've laughed at a boneheaded thing we've done, or I don't know. To me, it's a smokescreen. It's a deflection tactic so they can continue doing what they're doing unabated.
Exactly, and they've come up with all these tactics just so they can continue bullying people for liking the wrong cartoons, so they can feel superior to other people.
The thing is, though, is it's not working as much anymore.
That the walls of that castle have begun to crumble, And it's only very recently that they've begun to crumble, but they are absolutely beginning to crumble. And part of that is because a lot of these thought leaders that established these paradigms have almost completely lost their relevance.
I mean, like, if you go to, like, I don't know, anytime we're in, like, one of our servers or whatever, and you see some of the younger fans or whatever, you know, in their mid-20s or whatever, and you ask them, you know, you didn't get shit about liking this thing or not, and they just kind of stare at you blankly like, no, why would I? Or if you mention A&N, they just laugh and say, are you fucking yanking me?
Exactly. Nobody has any respect for A&N anymore.
And it just makes me smile because it's like, because in some ways it is sort of a gloating victory lap.
I mean, it's like,
but the thing is we didn't really do anything. You did it yourself.
Well, I will take some credit because we know that there are some people who basically came over to our side of the Moe War off of the A&N cast I did with Zach Birchie.
Yeah, which is still there. Go get it if you want to hear it.
Go and download it.
I honestly don't remember it that well.
Me neither. It's
been that while.
I remember a few moments of it, but I don't remember the whole thing really.
And I remember a couple of people that are now under locked accounts spewing a bunch of crazy ultra left wing stuff. It's pretty wild because some of the people we used to know, either not necessarily friends but acquaintances or just things we've seen go down, and look at them now. A lot of them are the same kind of people. They've just amplified their stuff into politics instead of this.
Yeah.
I think
they're just as irritable and intolerable as they always were.
They focused the Moe hate on the.
They've moved it to like, you know, like Republicans are taking away my ability to I don't know, fucking call myself this and that, or just whatever bullshit's going on. It changes every friggin' week.
All right, I think.
So we end up in this modern paradigm. So when I say that the way the anime community, which isn't really a community, is more of a balkanized set of subgroups.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
When I say that the way the anime subculture is today is the result of over 15 years of social engineering, this is what I'm talking about. There were a bunch of people back in the mid 2000s who were in positions of influence. They were already informed by more academic interests, more academic mindsets around anime that were at odds with consumer mindsets about anime.
Sure.
And so they tried to kind of enforce a particular kind of consumption of anime, and number one, that was never going to work because what do we always say? Don't fight the demographic that spends hundreds of dollars on cute anime girl bullshit because you can't win that battle. Number two, the market trends in Japan are going to do what the market trends in Japan do, and especially back in the mid 2000s, nobody had any control over that over here. Now there is some degree of influence now, but the market trends have been well established. It's been well established for a while that Moe is a thing that is popular. Moe is a thing that people will respond to. If it wasn't, they would have moved on to something else a very long time ago. So that's number two. Then, so regardless of whether that idea succeeded or failed to bring about the downfall of Moe, I don't really know what the goal was, but regardless of the success or failure toward that. What that did succeed in was creating an undercurrent of a nerd hierarchy class structure in the anime subculture. And that's a thing it's difficult to attack that, because that is an undercurrent. The only thing, the most effective thing that we can do, in my opinion, is understand where these paradigms came from, understand who's responsible, hold them accountable, and chiefly understand that this is not the natural state of things. This is by design, and that playing into this balkanized, infighting, sort of mutually hostile idea of the anime subculture is you're playing into the hands, you're playing into the ideas of people who, one, have not been relevant for years, and two, had very sinister machinations for the community. You're being a tool for someone else's agenda when you play into this balkanized, mutually hostile paradigm of the anime culture. The people coming up with this now, and definitely in terms of you're seeing a lot of younger people on Twitter and whatnot, and you're seeing a lot of people vilifying normies. None of these people came up with this idea on their own. This is something that has been the background radiation of this subculture for a good decade and a half, at least.
We should point out something interesting I've thought about just the other day when we were sort of pitching some of the elements of this topic. One thing I've noticed that shift, besides demographics and even the types of anime really being pushed and whatnot, there's one I've noticed. The same people that used to largely do the artsy fartsy kind of thing, the basically the thing we were talking about earlier, how Ebert basically in many ways fucked up the gaming industry with people trying to flood in to prove him wrong.
Right.
But anime was kind of like that too. You had people trying to make it I don't know if they're trying to do it to their peers or their parents or whoever, but trying to make it like, hey, I do this thing. It's actually smart and this and that. Or,
it's not just cartoons.
Or it's not just like juvenile kind of stuff.
It's not just sex either. Yeah.
Or whatever. And then you also have like the sort of nanny state where we need to make this hobby safe for everyone.
Yeah.
Kind of nonsense. And that's why they can't let the knowledge of certain elements of it out in the open, or
right.
It should be pressed into a dark corner, because because then when they find it, they'll be completely surprised by it, right? Anyway, but besides that, I've noticed a big switch. You don't see that as much anymore. It's still there, but largely by a couple of clingers on that really don't have no relevance and are, again, the dude out in the jungles in the 70s.
Yeah.
Friends don't let friends watch Popotan.
Yeah. But the thing that you've seen the switch, though, isn't the artsy fartsy stuff. There's still some of that, but what you're seeing now, and a lot of the same people, actually, that's not the angle they're using anymore. They're using a political angle. And by political, I mean usually somewhat inspired by said social engineering you were mentioning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's largely a very hyper-partisan far left, usually. Although you're seeing the opposite, too, which is a reaction to the other.
Anime fans have no political allies.
But you'll see that. You'll see reviews where they'll talk about things, have reviews and things about foreign policy, all kinds of shit that only makes sense to them and theirs.
Also, the whole thing about also whining about the Japan's birth rate.
Actually, I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's another bit of sort of misconceptions that are floating around. Now,
Right.
it is, but what they're not telling you is all first world nations are having this problem.
Right.
And it's not even viewed as a problem, and you don't hear Norway or Iceland or anything going to this level of complaining about it.
Well, the thing is, they only use it to illustrate a point that they want to illustrate.
Which
They only
is
use it
usually some sort
as a convenient thing to try and push a particular narrative. In the past, it was a lot of trying to vilify the whole artificial girlfriend culture, 2D culture.
right, and by pointing out that it's ruining their birth rates and society and whatnot.
Which again, Hidden Worlds, that's fundamentally not possible if you also subscribe to the idea that Moe is just this
niche
tiny
thing
niche
that's made for exactly.
They should
One
make
of these
anime
things
for the
is
masses.
wrong. One of these things has to be wrong by definition.
There's a disconnect.
Like, these are diametrically opposed concepts. You can't say that this social problem is affecting the birth rates, but it's also not a very big thing.
But
It
so
doesn't work.
They come in on this political angle, and part of it is because a lot of the people a lot of these thought leaders that we're talking about are political people. They weren't necessarily on politics all the time throughout
but in their
Moe
personal life,
debate.
maybe they were.
In the personal life, maybe they were, and what really set it off was, one, Gamergate, and two, the 2016 election.
Yeah, and that's also when you started to see the hashtag anime right people pop up, because they are absolutely a reaction to these other people trying to take over the anime.
Oh, absolutely.
If you don't think that, I can tell you for a fact that this is the case, because I've been here before both of them started showing up.
Yeah.
And trust me, they're a recent thing. They are absolutely a response to people that think Japan is this weird progressive utopia, which is weird because you get people that are going to them talking about how they're better with representation of like homosexuals and things like that. But then they turn around and scream about how they're this ass backwards fucking, conservative country. Yeah. It's very, very strange. It's almost as if they use them as a thing to prop up their own bullshit.
It's based on convenience, and it's highly based on the person's personal politics and whatever they want to push at that point in time.
Yeah,
but you're also seeing from the anime right people saying like Japan's like the conservative paradise type of thing, and it's
these people are all fucking incels, almost all of them.
Otaku have no political allies. All political perspectives are wrong about anime when they come from exterior.
I mean, it's very comical that there's these group of people out there that think they're this sort of again, in the inverse, sort of conservative utopia. It's like, you do realize that the kind of stuff you're talking about is largely a function of the way their society formed and not actual policy, right? I don't know.
But to put a nice,
I think half of them are just fucking around sometimes.
There's a significant portion of them that are just fucking around, but the idea is that the way to combat the political incursion into anime is not to adopt the opposite politics. That just makes things worse.
No, and as a matter of fact, I'm glad you said that, because I threw out a tweet. Yeah, I know. Haha. The other day about this. If let me see if I can find it real quick here. Yeah, here it is. Basically a PSA. Just because woke people are imbeciles doesn't mean you should run into the authoritarians to smite them.
Yeah.
That's... I'll tell you what that is, okay? Do you know where the biggest sentiment of anti-Semitism is in Europe now?
I could guess, but I'm not gonna.
Poland and Russia.
Hmm.
Now, why is that interesting? Because these are places that were invaded by the Nazis. Now, why is that interesting? Because you would think these areas would be, if not lower in them, they would at least find that, the ideology that basically ransacked their countries, because you'll see a lot of like swastikas and stuff like that when you ever see these goofy fucking people running around, and they're usually from Eastern Europe somewhere. And again, this is an example of them direction, because these places were ruled by communism for a long time, which, don't get me wrong, is pure bullshit and horror stories galore. But for some reason, there's a certain group of the population that thinks if they run the other way, they'll stop that from happening again. And I don't think that's going to play out that way.
Yeah, and when we're talking about the anime subculture, the running the other way, if you run the other way to the right wing, you are still playing into this game started by these corrupt thought leaders to instill a hierarchy. You're still playing the game.
Oh, absolutely.
The only way to win is not to play. And what that means is we're going to adopt this thing. As long as we're all respecting the subculture and not disrespecting other people in the subculture, you do you and I'll do me. And if we should cross paths, hey, how's it going? Oh, what show you watching? Oh, okay. I heard that's pretty good. Maybe I'll check it out. And that's really all that needs to happen. But what people are doing is, by perpetuating this divide, these arbitrary divides, is they're still playing the game started by people who, when they established this game, had no desire to bridge divides between people. They had no desire to create a harmonious subculture. All they wanted to do was big up themselves and push people who like shows they don't like into the shadows to try and bring more attention to what they like or something like that. Again, I'm not clear on what the end game was there, but what it comes down to, and we'll close on this because we're getting long in the tooth here. What it comes down to is the longer we continue to, number one, ignore the fact that this is a 15 plus year social engineering paradigm, and two, the longer we continue to try and push out people and try and continue this battle between various types of fan, the longer we continue to fight a battle about this stupid stuff, the longer we continue to engage with this stuff politically at all, we're all playing a game. We're all being played like fools. We're all contributing to someone else's agenda, someone who's not relevant anymore. We're contributing to the agendas of people who have not been relevant for years at this point.
And the weirdest thing, if you really want to break it down, is their ideas didn't work. How many people do you know? How many people do you know left the anime fandom because of these people? Very few.
Well, here's the thing.
They eventually just closed down, but they didn't stop buying it and enjoying it.
Their ideas didn't work, and they hurt people. Their ideas didn't work and actually did harm.
Not just to people, but actually you could argue to the subculture itself.
To people, definitely to the subculture itself. Because a very similar thing happened to gaming.
in the sense that if you go to certain spaces out in the gaming world, forums and stuff, like they are fucking horrible. Like you think anime fans are bad. Some places like comics, games, and stuff. There are areas where like even if I like the stuff, I wouldn't go there.
Yeah, comics.
These divides are harmful. They're fundamentally harmful, and they're put in place by people who know what they're trying to do, and they're not your fucking friends, and their ideas aren't your fucking friends. And the more you play into them, the more damage you actually do. If you just
really hate anime and want to die,
it's like,
I mean, it's not going to work. But
the more you play into this paradigm of interhostility between various anime fans, and especially the more we play into this political paradigm, you're just doing more harm. You're driving wedges further in between the different segments of this subculture, and
it's following the same path that gaming did with the balkanization.
It's following the same path that gaming did, but it's worse. IMO. It's worse in my opinion.
Yeah, in some cases, I think you're right. Because
especially given some of the ways people have reacted.
Yeah,
it's worse. So
I think we should end it here.
Yeah, I do.
Don't mug yourself. Stop playing yourself by playing into these stupid paradigms by people who have created by people who are no longer relevant and whose ideas didn't work and whose ideas did harm. And then that's the show. The email address is ntrradio@gmail.com. The website is ntrradio.net. VZ stuff is at vzmk2moemekagatai.wordpress.com, and he also has the Big Book of Idols at thebigbookofIdols.com. Keep an eye on that this month, because we're coming out with basically a compilation physical copy. It's going to be good. He also does our shirts at iyashike.moe/store.
Hoodies as well. It's good weather for that.
Hoodies as well. It's getting cold.
At least where I live it is.
iyashike.moe being where I post my articles on otaku culture, the otaku lifestyle, convention culture, all that good stuff. Shinikiba.moe is my business. I sell half-naked anime girl figures there. You got my good friend the Geeky Panda. He's at thegeekypanda.net. Check his stuff out. In addition to the Bakagaijin Show and Otaku Midnight, because both of those are really good. We are on Twitter at TEAnubis, at VZMK2, at Immortal_KGods, at NTR_Radio. I'm Tom Forster Nubis.
I'm Peter Griffin.
And I'm VZ Mark II.
And even though we can't talk about business every time we say it, this is NTR Radio.